Hello, I think we will be live soon. Maybe. Today we have the Deck Devastators 7. We're going to be finishing up Swiss to start it off with round 8. And then we'll be heading right into the top 16. But I can't tell if we're actually live yet. So I'm gonna try and check that out. Okay, we are live. Awesome. Hello, everybody. If you're excited for Deck Devastators, say something in chat. Let me know what deck you're hoping wins. Just a few minutes ago, I did a little analysis, or I don't even know if it's fair to call it analysis, but I tallied up all the different decks that we saw that are at least 6-2, or I guess 5-2 or better. We're here for GBs. Well, you're in luck because there is a GB player that I believe is 6-1 currently. We have 2 X-Saber players who are still alive. Let me look real quick. Let me look at what we've got. We've got what you'd expect. We have 9 Vayu and 7 Blackwing out of the players who are still alive in the tournament. 4 Frogs, 2 Dragon Turbo, 2 X-Saber, and all the other decks, only 1 representative. 1 Lightsworn, 1 Gladiator Beast, 1 Quick Draw, 1 Zombie, 1 Fairy, 1 Neospatian, 1 Amaryllis, and 1 Spaceships deck. So maybe you could count Spaceships as a fairy deck because they both use Shining Angel. Maybe. I don't even remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure Spaceships uses Shining Angel, but I'm not even sure if the fairy deck does because it's a little bit of a different build. I think it's on Angel and Nova Summoner though. So cool stuff there, and we'll be getting into it in just 2 minutes. Watch Burbs. Well, let's see. Some of the Burbs we could watch would be Lucas, of course, or apparently even 10-foot would be Burbs. Let's see. Where is Lucas on here? Somewhere on here. Where am I? Oh, that's actually Fairy versus Blackwing, right? Where is it? How am I? I guess this one of them dropped. Here we go. Pudding versus Lucas. That does seem like a good match to watch because both players are X2 fighting for a spot in the top 16. So I think that's a very good option. Whereas some of these higher players, we have a chance to watch them in the top 16, but one of either Pudding or Lucas is probably not going to get a chance to be in the top 16. So it's kind of an elimination match. And we're starting in about a minute, so I think we are good to... Yeah, we have some stuff here. Oh, did that one just start? Are they in game already? Look at this. This is kind of exciting, I think. Pudding versus Lucas here. All right, are y'all ready? Yeah. Wonder what deck I'm playing. Says Pudding. Round 8 starts now, according to Spiral. So, which one of these... I don't know if it's guaranteed that they'll make it in if they win, but I think it's pretty much guaranteed that they won't make it in if they lose. So, very important game for these 2 players. Good luck, Viking Goats. Everyone, be sure to like the stream if you enjoy these tournaments and the coverage of them. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be joined by Fitz today on commentary, as awesome as he was to have. I think he's busy today. So, we'll see. I probably won't be joined by anybody, but there might be a surprise guest. Who can say? I guess they're still waiting on RPS here. I think they're able to start, right? Oh, DB is lagging. That makes sense. Oh no. That's funny. Sounds like DB is having trouble with a whole bunch of people just trying to start their duel at the same time. Oh my gosh. It's rough now. Any stream likers? Yeah. Ryan, let me know if you'd want to have your voice on the stream sometime today. Okay, so Pudding finally wins the RPS after a long, hard-fought battle. It's impressive to be X2 having lost most of your RPS in a tournament. Wow, so Pudding gets some good mills early. Any Chaos Orcs? I think we saw Chaos Orc from Pudding in a previous round. Bluff knock on commentary would be crazy. That would be pretty unhinged. Alright, let's see here. Interesting defensive play from Lucas. I believe he's on Blackwing, so you would think that that's a value. Looks like Lucas was thinking in the end phase here. Yeah, he's gonna think here. Let me hop right here. Yes, so it is an Icarus hitting the Treacherous. So the Treacherous does give away that Pudding is not on very many traps. I've seen some lists that just play 2 Treacherous as their only traps. And it also, I would expect would, especially with Millers and Treacherous, I think this also shows that Pudding is not on things like, it's called Miraculous Descent, the card that would special like Chrysia from the Banished pile. So, lots of information just from seeing the Treacherous Trap Hole here. So, still not really committing much for Lucas. He might have a hand that's like full of Blizzard or Sirocco. We'll see if Pudding has any way of like pressuring without, a non-committal way to pressure. It's nice to have like Dimensional Alchemist or something for situations like this, because you wouldn't want to commit like a Chaos Sorcerer or an Enrise in this situation. You definitely want to wait. Ooh, just discarding Caius in the end phase. That's very interesting. Neither player really committing much to the board here. The Caius is especially interesting to me, though. I forget if Enrise requires 2 lights. Like, 2 light fairies and 1 dark fiend, or if it's 2 dark fiends and 1 light fairy. I think it's only 1 dark fiend, which means that, you know, I would expect that the Caius isn't that necessary to discard since you already had 1. 3 lights. Oh my goodness. That's ridiculous. 3 light fairies and 1 dark fiend. Right? Do they have to be fairies? Or is it just the attributes? Oh my goodness, we're discarding Freed now too. This is such a strange game here. Gotcha. Hey there, King Reaper. This is such a strange game. I don't know if I've ever seen players pass back and forth like this, unless it's like you're playing against Dragon Turbo or Frogs or something. But against Blackwings, I don't think I've ever seen something like this. I will say it is often correct to hold your cards against Blackwings if you think they have Sirocco, just because obviously they can't commit their Sirocco super efficiently without you putting monsters on the field, but even still, it's usually not 4 or 5 turns in a row, I feel like, where you're holding off. Okay. Interesting. Those are some good cards to hit, and now we're back to 6 cards apiece. We're going for Soul of Purity and Light, maybe? Or I feel like Soul of Purity and Light would be a card you could commit here. Right? It does appear to be the Soul. I can't figure out what's going on in chat here. I don't know what this is referring to. Okay. Wait, is this... That's 3 fairies with Enrise set up. We're going for... Ooh, Avenging Knight Parshath. So what's nice about this one is you can protect it with Honest. And it's a 4th fairy. So if this ever goes to the grave, you do have Christy alive. Or if the Honest goes to the grave, you have Christy alive. Our first big commitment, definitely, from either player. But we'll have to see what Lucas can respond with here. I think it's very safe to expect a Sirocco play. That would be probably on the better end of options for Lucas. The other options would be like Vayu, Blizzard kind of stuff. Maybe even a Kalut. But I think a Sirocco play makes sense. Ooh, the second Vayu is not great, even with a Gale. So okay, we could make an Armor Master here to play around the Honest. Now, Vass, it's not exactly... Wow, okay. The Dark Arm Dragon. That would be another card that would make sense to be kind of bricked in your hand to start off with, but with Blackwing, they have an easy time of actually getting Darks in the grave pretty quickly. And dropping the Dark Armed before the opponent is able to summon Christia definitely helps. Lucas is probably going to be able to play under Christia pretty easily here. That's a lot of special summoning out the window already. Soul Rock, this is the Swiss portion. So this is round 8. At the end of round 8, we'll have the top 16 that was decided by Swiss in terms of like tiebreakers and whatnot. And from there, it will be single elimination for the top 16. Thinking on dropping Gores here, potentially? We will drop Gores. Another card that would make sense to just hold the entire time. I think we will end up using Dad to pop this. Pop this token, but we'll see what Lucas decides to do. The Armor Master will probably be very annoying for Pudding to deal with, because even with like Christia, Honest, there's not really a way to get rid of it. And 2 more back row after the Heavy Storm was used. An Enrise or a Chaos Orc would be really helpful here. But they would put you off of Christia, is the tricky part. You could maybe go Enrise, banish the Armor Master, and then Honest over Dad, and then drop Christia. I think that would work. Oh, no, sorry, not Enrise, because, yeah, Enrise wouldn't work. It would banish too many. Yeah, that's tricky. That's tricky. Chaos Arc would only banish the 1, but naturally. So we're going to add back Herald. Yes, he's targeting the Herald. And we don't see a Bottomless here. So this play changes a lot depending on whether Honest is in hand or not. If there's a Deep Prison here, or Mirror Force, yeah. This is looking pretty rough for Pudding, especially with Gores and Treacherous Trap Hole in the grave. It kind of tells Lucas that you can not fear much and just go for a kill this next turn. Yeah, thus. It's like Chaos Fairy with some Light Sworn cards. This is a pretty tough spot for Pudding. He might have some like Chaos Orc way to extend and kind of provide defense. He hasn't committed a normal summon either. But you don't love to just like set something with Dad when there's a Dark Engrave. You know you're drawing Christia for turn. We also know that he does have Herald, so I guess there could be a way, if you set a monster and then you have Herald in your hand with another fairy, you could protect the monster from Dad that way. We are banishing at least 1 fairy. One of our lights. This is a really tough spot. Pudding is currently 5 and 2. So has a chance to make it here. Did he? Oh, he banished the Gores as well. Okay. We're banishing this one, which is much harder to deal with. And then I guess this is okay. Interesting. Not what I was expecting at all. Maybe he doesn't have another fairy here. Into Dark End. Wow. Okay. Okay. These are some plays. It was looking really, really bad for Pudding, but with Stork and Herald, I didn't even see that line. Just making Dark End. Okay. So a Colute would be enough to get over this Dark End. Braincon would help. You have to think that there's a lethal line, right? Surely? Yeah, okay. That's lethal. Unless there's Trag in hand or Fader. Okay. Okay, maybe something. Nothing. Yeah, the going up against Blackwing can be tough if you use up all your defense early. Bontoon 6 and 2 is, I think about half of the 6 and 2 people will make top 16, based on the size of this tournament. So these two are definitely fighting for a shot. So the tricky thing here is Pudding might, I would expect, if I'm Lucas, I would expect Pudding to bring in Consecrated Light, Royal Decree, and if I'm Pudding, I would expect Lucas to be bringing in Deck Devastation Virus and potentially Oppression as well. So the tricky thing is, hey Sunny, fairies didn't necessarily come back, but Pudding has been having success with this kind of. It's sort of midway in between Christiasworn and Chaos Fairy, which is pretty neat. So yeah, it's interesting that if Pudding brings in the Decree, those could blank the powerful side cards for Blackwings. And I know a lot of Blackwing players will bring in cards like even Cyber Dragon or Fossil Dyna against light decks because they need cards that can just run over Consecrated Light without needing to, you know, having to set your Blackwing from hand and hoping to have like an Icarus or something to out it. This is interesting. So Vayu won't run over a Shining Angel, which is really helpful for. Yeah, exactly. Vayu is small enough that it won't run over a Recruiter, but it will still hit a Raikou. So very fortuitous stat line for Vayu when attacking Recruiters. Okay, Dialk. Let's see if. I think Pudding plays mostly monsters, so Dialk is very likely to hit in this deck. Right. Yeah, it's tough when you draw Vayu regardless though as the Blackwing player, so at least getting info is better than it just rotting in your hand if you don't have an Icarus or something. And Lucas might also be wondering if that back row is the Decree. And I think both of these players might be playing Allure, but I don't know for sure. The other Vayu. It's kind of, at least you're luring it away, so you're getting some value out of the Vayu, but this is 2 games in a row, I think, that Lucas has drawn both Vayu. If you include drawing it off the Allure and banishing it right away. Hey there, Hydro Pump. I think we saw a game from Hydro Pump, a match actually, from yesterday where Hydro Pump was playing Christiasworn. Pretty fun one. I forget what Christiasworn was against. I think it was Christiasworn versus Frog. Okay, so we have the Cyber Dragon that I was mentioning. Some fairy players will bring in against Consecrated. Are we just going for a Black Rose here? Oh, you were on Vayu? Oh, you were against Vayu. That's right. Oh, Cold Madness and Hydro Pump. Two very talented players. I think it might be a Black Rose play. Doesn't feel amazing, I feel like, if you're Lucas, because, I mean, outing the Decree might be your entire win con, so you might be okay with that. But I guess you could go for Armor Master, right? But we are going for the Black Rose play. And Dimensional Alchemist will be able to add back the Jane. It was a Decree, though. So if Lucas has a handful of traps, that could very well be worth it. The Heavy Mill is kind of nice if you're Lucas. More life points for Pudding here. And Lucas is already getting a bit low. Two fairies, 3 lights versus 2 black wings. We have Whirlwind. That is always pretty helpful. I imagine it's Gale here. Yeah. My first thought would be making Armor Master and running it over to hopefully play around Honest. So Pudding here can use Honest just to keep the Jane alive, but opts not to if they have the Honest, that is. And if there's any Chaos Sork or Enrise, neither of those is live currently. Same with Christia. So a lot of the... Oh, wait, never mind. Okay. Oh, okay, never mind. How does that... Sunny, I just spent a lot of time in OBS Studio doing a bunch of rearranging. I was trying to make it so that if somebody has never played on Dueling Book, or if somebody has basically never even played much Yu-Gi-Oh, I tried to make it so that the smallest amount of information possible is on the screen. A Herald here into our own Black Rose, maybe? I think a normal summon Herald into Black Rose would make sense as a play for Pudding. Even though it would give Silverwind access to Lucas. Thank you, Sunny. Okay, so Lucas has no response to the summon of Sidra. I think Black Rose is okay. No, we're just going for a damage here. Is this lethal? Yeah, this is exact lethal. If this doesn't get negated, then Freed will be able to pop this. Okay, it will be negated. Okay, the summon. That makes sense. Okay, so this is in a rough spot for these are not banished. These are in the grave. And Pudding just passes like that. That was a pretty big solemn. Hey there, Lewis. How are you doing? Now this Whirlwind might get some real value here. If Lucas has another Normal summon. Yes. Thanks for Optiman. That is correct. It is game 2. Black Wings has game 1 in the bag. I'm trying to figure out what Pudding's options are here. Just leaving the side draw on board like that has to feel pretty rough. Solemn is really one of the only cards that would have saved Armor Master there. Other than like My Body as a Shield or something crazy. I guess Dark Illusion would have worked, right? Oh no, it does. Does it? Yeah, it does target. Okay, it does target. This is huge for Lucas. If there is a Herald, no Herald from Pudding. Into the Armed Wing. Makes you think that there might be a Colute in play. Either a Colute or a Deck Devastation Virus, maybe. Dropping Trag on the 23. That does put a Dark Fiend in play. And gets Trag to dodge Deck Devastation Virus if it's about to be set right here. I think a huge play for Pudding here would be, if he has Gores, he can Trag, steal the Armor Master. We're going for Sopal first. Immediately. Must have had an idea. Oh, that's just game right there, right? Prio and Calc. Yeah. Think. If you respond with Colute, it goes up, but then Honest gains whatever that is. This is just game. Right? Yeah, this is just game. Yeah, so leaving anything in attack that could get Honested over was a mistake. Colute before Calc. That's fine. That's the same result. Yeah, you can use Colute in the damage step. And then, okay, in Calc, I would like to Honest. It would have the same result, no? Because the whole idea is that when Colute comes as Chainlink 2, it resolves first. And so as long as Colute resolves before the Honest will win. Yeah, you still just Honest in the Calc with Prio. That's 2,000. Okay. I thought you might want to chain Honest. Just giving him an option to misplay, I guess. It's cool to see. It's cool to see fairies have some success, especially a different build. I know people are still trying to optimize, I guess, the cards that are available to fairies. And who knows? Maybe this is the list. Maybe this is the way that you do it, is with a mixture of Lightsworn cards and some of the Chaos stuff. Sunny, the time rules that we have are 55 minutes per round, partially for DB lag reasons and whatnot. Wow, all three upstart. That's not... You don't love to see that if you're Lucas. I mean, it thins your deck out, but it does hurt your game plan of pressuring. But anyways, yeah, it's 55 minutes per round, and then when time is called, that's turn 0. 1, 2, 3. At the end of turn 3, whoever has the most life points. Good morning, Sea Spare. And yeah, that's true, Rob. If the upstarts draw you in, I mean, it seems like the upstarts drew him into more upstarts, but if you find one of them, like if... Let me know if you can hear me. Did the pudding match finish just now? Oh, did we miss it? Where is that? Okay, Lucas won. Damn. That's so unfortunate that we missed that. Or at least I did. You guys might not have missed it. Let's check it on 10 foot, I guess. Did that one finish too? We'll check how Fraser's doing, I guess. During game 3, Frogs versus Blackwing. Everyone restart the stream if you need to. Yeah, okay. Lucas won, you hear me. Okay, I think I need to restart the chat. My chat is like... my chat on the... in OBS is not showing you guys. Ding. I am sad that I missed that. Missed the end of the pudding match. I wonder if it was interesting. It seems like it was a quick finish, huh? Congrats, Lucas. Let's see if we'll have to see if that's enough to make it to top 16. Hopefully your day continues. It was DDV Sackfest. I thought with it finishing that fast, I thought there might be some either like Consecrated Decree or Deck Dev. There might be one of those kind of duels where a player doesn't play very much. How do I... DDV and Oppression. Gotcha. Is that his favorite token? The little zombie alien guy? Sophocles X2 might top. It depends on tiebreakers. I think when I checked, Fraser had pretty good tiebreakers among the X2 people. I believe that after... Yeah, if you need to restart the stream, you can. I don't know if that would help. Like I meant like refresh the page. Yeah, Greed Gaming. Oh, wow, that's a big heavy storm. If there's not a Starlight Road... I guess even Road wouldn't do anything with the Oppression. Yep. I think if you're Fraser, you're kind of fine with that. Like, just hitting Oppression and Whirlwind is insane. Like, you don't really care if your cores gets dealt with. We're specialing the swap and presumably activating the effect. We saw a little bit of Fraser in Swiss, earlier in Swiss, I should say. And he was on the Dream Frog stuff with Death Frog and whatnot. Yeah, last I checked, Fraser was in 17th place after 7 rounds. Wow, that is pretty big. That is going to be difficult for... It should negate the entire summon, right? Yeah. That's crazy. The Blackwing player had Icarus, Oppression, Whirlwind with Gores in hand, gets Heavy Stormed, and tries to drop Gores, and it wasn't... Didn't matter because they attacked with Lad. That's interesting. And there's not really an easy way to get Vayu in the grave either. That would be one way of dealing with the light and darkness. Sunny, you think Fishborg is fake? That's interesting. I know a lot of people have been having some success with it. Didn't it? I think it got like first, second, first at the last big 3 IRL events. Okay, so now it's down to 18. A metagame breakdown before we go into top 16. Well, I have the... Doesn't sound fake. Yeah. It got first, second, first recently. But, you know, I feel like there have been times where a deck does well for a little bit and it's kind of a new version and maybe people are taking advantage of a lack of knowledge, you know? So it's possible that Fishborg isn't real and it's just good players playing it and exploiting knowledge gaps, but I think that's sort of unlikely with the last 3 results. Because I believe it won Ultimate Time Wizard, and that one was, I think HT19 was in position to win, if not for time being called, like literally that turn. And with modern time rules, you know, but wait, we're activating... Oh, he's going to bounce this to his hand. He's going to use up all the negates on Lad, summon swap, and then you swap as cost to bounce the Lad to his hand, and then resummon the Lad, I think. Ribbit, Maryland. Yeah, this is disgusting. Yeah, I live in the middle of nowhere, Florida. Frazier, yeah, probably makes top 16 with that win. So this is actually looking pretty good for statistically. Imagine if we got a making Junk Warrior. I know that sometimes I've seen Carpath make Junk Warrior since you can revive it off of the... You can later revive it off of the Dark Creator. So, you know, you can like Junk Synchron, like drop Dark Creator, activate Junk Synchron, bring back this, and then make an 8 with Junk and the Junk Warrior. Ooh, that's a pretty big dust shoot. This part seems to be working. Okay, we might still be in business. I don't know if you can hear me. My internet has been quite terrible. Did they type it out? No. This is looking kind of bad for statistically here. Only left with 1 card in hand. And there are only 3 Darks engraved, which does not help matters with Dark Creator. I'm trying to think, what are the common plays that are even available right now? This is looking really bad for Cadistically, I think. That's true, Fraser. That's your punishment. That's your punishment for drawing Whirlwind every game in the World Championship Qualifier 8. Yeah, so I guess the stream is still functioning in quotation marks. It's looking very bad for the Neospatians. And now they're dropping out. Yeah, stream is working for the moment. Thank you for the update. This looks like such game over for Neospatians. I guess maybe Gores could get you back in the game. But I think Yondaime just has the tools to play around Gores as much as he needs to. Where can you see the current bracket? Lose Bell. I will post the bracket link real quick. There you go. Statistically, kind of needs a miracle here. Foolish for Cross Porter or for Plague? Plague, okay. 4 Darks. Oh, no. I mean, you have the life points to wait around, but... If Yondaime can get a hero into the grave, I imagine he probably has miracles. Oh, no. Oh, no. And now your entire turn you just spent putting Foolish in the grave does absolutely nothing. This is looking absolutely over. What do you even have to out the Vanities? 2 Bottomless gone, 1 Compulse gone, and the deck doesn't play that many traps to begin with. Also, okay, we're just crashing and we can't drop Dark Creator. Okay, that trap better be insane. With 2 Bottomless gone, I think you can probably even Caius this back row, maybe. This is Dueling Book, Jimmy. It's a duelingbook.com. It's just a website that you can play Yu-Gi-Oh on. All right. If this is a Mirror Force, it would maybe save Fantastically. It's not torrential. So, Yondaime figuring out what the play is here, whether to turn Vanities to defense or not. But yeah, and whether to even attack with Vanities into a potential D-prison. And he'll choose not to. I think he's so ahead, he figures there's no reason to risk anything, and that is game. So Neospatians will be eliminated with 3 losses now. You can look here. We have that match just finished. Just these two left. We can check out. I believe NB was on Frog as well. Against another kind of Shining Angel deck. I believe that this is the spaceship deck. So true, Macro. Okay, let's see here. No Treeborn Engraved, so Warrior Lady over Treeborn and banishing could be pretty big. Will spaceships actually make it to... Spaceships might make it to X2. Oh, and they're in time now. This is turn 0. So being in time with the life point advantage, that's interesting. And only 800 life left for NB. Interesting. So we're trying to clear a dupe frog here. Oh, it's a Treeborn. Do we banish this or do you just let it go? Interesting. Yeah, I think with the life point situation, this is turn 1 now. It might make sense to not even banish the Treeborn because you're not worried about like infinite advantage. There's only going to be 2 more turns in the game, so I can try Rev. I can try to do that. So we're gonna Torrential on the Stratos Search Ocean. Do we have Swamp Frog in hand? We do. Going for 1,000 damage. And probably leaving the Swamp Frog on the field. NB's kind of making... Oh, wow. Never mind. That's game. Unless there's Fader. What a crazy turn with Torrential, Stratos, Miracle, Swap. I don't know if the swap really mattered, but the rest did. Wow, there goes spaceships. Honest, double honest in hand. No way. That's crazy too. Because if either of those Treeborns was in attack, that's just game too. Double honest. It had to be Torrential. It had to be Torrential, leaving 2 light monsters in attack with double honest in hand. The opponent had 800 life. That is such an insane ending to the game. Wow. So as soon as challenge is finished, like all these are reported, I will be able to, yeah, and that one just finished. I'll be able to input that data into the spreadsheet and figure out who the top 16 is. So, yeah. But in the meantime, I'll probably just put on a game. You can just watch another Edison game. Yeah, that's really fortunate for you, Viking Goats, aka Lucas. Oh gosh, I forgot to set up a... I guess I can just do that real quick. That's no big deal. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit while I do some administrative stuff. Yeah. It's gonna start about now-ish. And this is gonna be the boring part of stream, just fair warning. All right. And then I have to do some more stuff. So enjoy the Blackwing gameplay or whatever is happening over there. So that should be every match is in the challenge, which means I can do this and start inputting the data. So just gonna look at some stuff real quick. We had, let me compare this to the actual round 8. Make sure that we got everything right. We do have somebody who remained undefeated, that being Ricky or King War or Rip Kid No Cry. This looks correct. Let me just double check. Yep, looks correct to me. Yep. Okay, yeah. I just had to double check to make sure that my spreadsheet handled that correctly. Now I will get some more data from somewhere else. I'm just narrating my stuff. Hopefully y'all don't mind just listening to me blabber on as I put all this info in. Okay. I have to remember how we had them before. I'll be able to give you the top 16, but let's see here. Double checking. We don't have a tie here, do we? No. Nope. This is not a tie. Let me actually double check. Okay. I think that is correct. And I'll put it into the challenge as well. The new challenge, that is. Yeah, participants. Sure. That seems good to me. Let me just make sure I didn't. Let's look at the bracket. I think we have 16 there. Yep. Okay. I don't see any issues, so I think we're good to go. And I will post these. I'm gonna have my TOs double check. All right, I'm gonna post in the Edison Format Discord now. Tournament players. So, I'll share with you guys. We have, let me go to my this is the current bracket that we have. We have Ricky versus Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider was 16th, as you can see by the seeds. Jaren versus NB. Josh Johnson versus Freyway. GYBU versus Zanesha. Shabam versus Lucas Gustafsson. Duck Murderer versus Nicholas. Samu versus Yondaime. And Pina Pina versus Jiraiya Kid. And I guess I can just hit start the tournament, but I want to be super sure. So this is Vayu, Dragon Turbo. Let me double check something real quick. Oh, I don't know if I have that, do I? I don't remember what Jaren's on. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of a Vayu or Blackwing. Frog, Glad Beast, Frog, Vayu, probably Vayu or Vayu or Blackwing. Lightsworn, Blackwing, Vayu? Probably Vayu, Frog, Blackwing, I think. So I think those are the correct things. I shuffled them up when I accidentally shuffled them up when I was doing the what's it called? You get what I'm saying. When I was doing the calcs, I mixed up all the things, but I guess I can hit start now. Just want to, I'm always careful. I'm always like scared to do something that will be a big mistake. Maybe understandably, but let me know in the chat which one of these matches do you want to watch. Samu versus Yondaime. That does sound pretty interesting. We have Glads versus Frogs. Lightsworn versus Blackwing. This is Frogs versus Vayu. Frogs versus Blackwing, I think. Do you want to watch the Glads? Or what? Yeah, Viking Goats. I'll post the full Buchholz at some point. Josh versus Frazier. Dragon Turbo. I think I want to check out the Glads because we haven't seen them like this entire tournament, so we haven't seen any Glads this entire time, so probably worth a watch. Let's see if they might not have started yet. Okay, so yeah, the players are allowed to start. Exciting stuff, everybody. We're into top 16. I need to change that on my stream thing. You lost again? That's crazy. That's crazy that you lost again. Let me change the info to say top 16. Sure. That seems centered enough. Yeah, Glads versus Frogs will be interesting, especially because I believe Fraser's on the Dream Frog version, but he's not in there yet. But yeah, Dream Frogs versus Glads might be interesting. Might be pretty interesting. I can double check what the top 16 is when I look here. Wait, didn't I post all the stuff in here? Oh, I must have already deleted them. That's crazy. Are we in game yet? No? Are they still not started yet? These people have started. I don't see Yondaime as having started. We can check this out until they start. Glads versus Frogs is not interesting. You don't think so, Fraser? I think maybe with the Dream Frogs, I'm just kind of curious how it does into that deck, you know? But also, I would also expect that match to be kind of quick. Like, if Glads don't have the tools to win, they just lose kind of quickly, but I think we got to get the Glads on camera. We haven't seen any of them. Here's some Blackwing versus Lightsworn action with Lucas out to quite a head start. Yeah, maybe it's novel. Maybe it's not interesting, but maybe it's novel. Oh my gosh. Still nothing. And Yondaime is also not in the game yet? Let's see here. Direct messages. Who is trying to contact me? What plays did House Honest make? I should definitely post that in here for people. Is this? Are they still not going? This one just started. Yeah, I'm gonna try and let people see where they finished if they didn't make it. So I'm gonna be working on that for a bit. Hide this and oh wow. Okay, yeah, so we had 21 people that finished X2 or better. me check back here. Where are the GBs? Yeah. I don't know. They weren't playing yet when I checked, so we can try and find them. The GBs. They're still not going. I don't know what's going on over there. So that's why we're in this one. Quick Draw's playing? Oh, Jaren. That's right. Jaren is on Quick Draw, right? Jaren versus NB. Is that the matchup? Who is this? So, interesting. Still hasn't really started. That was fast. Quick Draw's already up? Damn. The standings, I posted standings in the Edison Format Discord in the discussion channel, the tournament discussion channel. Oh, Ryza's pretty good against Flip Monsters. Someone in chat, let me know when the Fraser game starts, because I would like to see some Glads. Just catch that on the stream, you know, for posterity's sake. Gonna try and oh, I need to check there. So let's see here. Okay, so yeah, Jaren must be on Quick Draw. That sounds right. Oh, Zanesha is also on Dragon Turbo, so 2 Dragon Turbo in top 8. And what is Niklas on? Niklas is on Vayu. So I think that's it. Should be Vayu, Dragon Turbo, Quick Draw, Frog, Glad Beast, Frog, Vayu, Dragon Turbo, Lightsworn, Blackwing, Vayu, Frog, Blackwing. I think that should be the top 16. I'll have the definite numbers or whatever later. Fraser game started? Okay, thank you. We can get some Glads on this stream at some point. Speaking of that, I don't know how this happened, but it's looking pretty good for Glads here. You're gonna have to, Hydro Pump, you're gonna have to rewind the stream and type it out, because it's tough to have all these tabs going at the same time. I'll have it typed out when the tournament is over, but yeah, this is a really good spot for Glads. But I imagine that, especially this kind of Dream Frog build, I would imagine that you have more tools for post-board. Weirdly, the Death Frog can be kind of nice against Glads. Just to, you know, you can go like summon Death Frog and it's not that bad. I believe that, so we had Pina. When we saw in bracket, I think we saw some, we might have seen like Sangin in that deck. Okay, Wabaku. So Pina might be on also some kind of Dreamish Frogs or something. I think we saw 2 Ryza and Sangin in that deck. Who knows? And then I believe NB's on Hero Frogs, like for sure. I think Yondaime is also on Hero Frog. And then Fraser, I think, is on Dream Frog. So it looks like 4 frogs made it. Am I crazy? Did I get that right? Wow. Okay, so no Chariot there. This is pretty good for Fraser. Johnson's going to need a Book of Moon or something to clear the Caius. Smash and Ground would help. That Secutor was definitely going to be a problem. Okay, never mind. We can actually, yeah, just make the Ramillo, pop this, go into some crazy stuff. Yeah, the Test Tiger was pretty helpful there as well. I'm sorry. All right, I'll keep that rule in mind, Rob. Well, the problem is like if they have Smash and Ground and the Ready Art connects, it's game over. Whereas this is maybe not as game over. I think banishing Ready Art made some sense there. Okay, Junk. This is actually surprisingly good. You can make a Cataster or an Android, but I think a Cataster is better because Cataster can't lose to Shrink. It's true, Michael. Every turn does feel extremely high stakes. Like, the entire balance of the game is balanced on a razor's edge. Sometimes that feels kind of lame because it's like, oh man, my opening hand just couldn't stack up to yours, and so I lost because of this really small. I like had a slightly worse opening hand than you, but it does have lots of tension. It adds a lot of tension for sure. So this plays around bottomless, but not. I mean, yeah, it's not great into the D prison, but nothing was good into D prison there. So other than just like make Cataster and sit on it, and hope they don't have another Test Tiger or Bestiari access. So I think that was the correct play from Fraser. Ooh, are we just scooping? Are we going to game 2? No. Okay. There's a shot. Because if Johnson has to attack this, tag into Murmillo, pop, then you'd be able to search a SWAT frog that could just run over the Murmillo. Yeah, meditating. The tricky thing with Glads is like, I think you have to learn how to play against Glads, and I think Fraser absolutely knows how to do that. But oh my goodness. That should be game over, right? But it might be good info here to see what he goes for. This cat is ridiculous. Do you go Sam Knight Test Tiger? Just double Test Tiger. Murmillo pop, and then the next one you make... Oh, the Ready R is banished. Or sorry, the Secutor is banished. So this one pops, you get to add whatever you want, but then you can use the other Test Tiger to get out. You could go for a Darius, right? Get Darius, bring back Laquari, and that's game. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's got some good deck building there, Andrea Fontaine. Yeah, that was a pretty nasty rescue cat. Three tigers resolved that game. James, your creation is getting gladded on. "43 card GBs drawing professional in top 16. It happens. It's a hard matchup, but you rarely lose to it. James, what do you use in the side to combat glads, if anything? Are you playing things like DD Assailant that some frog players are a fan of? Vanity's Fiend, Soul Exchange, Death Frog, yeah. Yeah, we were talking about Death Frog earlier as being pretty good against glads. Everyone please listen. 7 decks that James Ark invented in top 16. Are there 7 decks? 7 different decks in top 16? Vayu, Blackwing, Lightsworn, 2 variants of frogs, Dragon Turbo, and Quick Draw. All invented by James, huh? 2 Vanity's Fiend. D-Prison. Okay. Yeah, D-Prison is not always super common. Yeah. In frog sides. I think James was one of the developers at Konami when Blackwings were invented, so take that. Laquari. Interesting turn 1 from Frazier. Doesn't have any like swaps and Treeborn play. Lucas won. Okay. So beat Lightsworn, right? It was Lucas versus Shabam, and he made it into top 8. Discarding a Treeborn. Okay, this is fine if you're Frazier. Yeah. I was the guy that taught Konami about Black Whirlwind Blizzard chain blocking. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, the Crow for Treeborn. You know, normally I don't love Crow on Treeborn, but in Glads, having the tempo on turn 1 of just being able to say, no, it's going to cost you another turn to get your stuff going is pretty good. It's pretty good with Glads in particular. Macro gameplay. Now, when you say macro gameplay, Harrison, do you mean macro in the sense of like zoomed out, like game plan stuff, or do you mean macrocosmos? Yeah, it's a good point as well, James, is that you only need 1 Ready Yard Banish and 1 Crow, so. Harrison says yes. You're referring to both the Macrocosmos deck gameplay from James and the counterpart to the micro gameplay. All right, so Fraser did have the... Okay, hitting a solemn feels pretty important. Soul X, okay. That's going to get compulse. Okay. Interesting spot here. This is kind of like... It's sort of a battle of spell and trap cards here. At least in the early going. Selects Mobius would have been pretty enormous, yeah. Wow. Good call, James. Substitute into Deathfrog. Makes a lot of sense. We're just going to dupe, though. Maybe the Deathfrog is in hand? That would be pretty unfortunate. That would be pretty unfortunate if the Deathfrog is in hand currently. Okay. So are we going for Murmillo into what? Secutor? Oh, straight into Secutor. That makes sense. That makes sense. Take 16 and then summon... Yeah, probably making Heraklinos. After... Probably making Heraklinos, but I do wonder what else you're summoning. I guess just Murmillo Laquari. Ready Murmillo. Yeah, I guess you could use the ready effect, banishing sub, to block it. Yeah. But I don't know how much you care. It depends on if you have Chariot, I guess. Because if you have Chariot, I don't think you care about giving them a Swap Frog, right? Does it matter whether it's an attack or not? Fraser, that's hilarious. So how y'all doing? Like, you're surely gonna contact these off. Yeah, yeah. The glads are maybe popping off a little bit. Not getting those slow glad hands here. Fraser's gonna need about 3 spells to deal with this Herculenos. And we saw a select... Okay, hope for no Chariot here. Honestly? I won't... Yeah. Because, like, are you really going to Chariot this swap? I feel like there's no way you Chariot the swap here. You're waiting for the Monarch. I mean, if you're Fraser, what's your play other than pray it's not Chariot? I feel like your only play is to say, that's not Chariot. Be real. Be real. Okay, Torrential. Okay, not the worst. Not the worst. For Fraser, that is. And he does have his Trueburn going. We know there's an Equest in hand, though. So Equest tags into Ready Ari, banishes Treeborn. Because the Equest was bounced by Compulse, right? Ooh, never mind. This is over. This is going into the second... Or what's it called? Secutor again. This is so over. This is disgusting. That is so nasty. Now you go Secutor, Laquari, banish Treeborn, make Heraclinos again. But you do only have 1 in hand, which maybe helps Fraser out. A Fader would be nuts here. This is pretty disgusting, actually. Pretty disgusting from Glads. So Fraser needs either 2 spells or I have no idea. One more turn to live. Okay, maybe 2. Maybe we get to survive 2. The quarry. That kind of hurts too. The swap is really valuable there because if you have another water, it can set up a monarch play like we saw on the previous turn with the torrential. So giving up the swap makes it so it's going to be hard to find a monarch and a body for a monarch to out this Heraclinos. This is crazy. The Secutor is getting so much value in this match. Very true, James. Very true, James. I hear that Crow's Nest makes some good videos. That's it. That's it. The Glads did their thing against Frogs. Should be one of the best matchups for Glads, and Glads are going to make top 8 here. Let's see, do we have any... Are any of these reported? Have I been neglecting my duties as a TO here? What is going on? We are joined by Ryanide.
Hi, big fan, big fan.
Big fan of yours, Ryanide. I love your bingo cards during the
gosh.
RPAT streams.
I love that's like my thing. That's what I'm known for, and not topping events or playing well in event in particular.
Someone tell me where a match is being played, okay?
So I've got eyes on other games. Ghost
one?
Rider's up a game right now. So if you want to watch game 2, but there's also Diego in game 3 at the moment.
We know Lucas won, right?
Yes. Question mark.
People, tell me who won. Oh, I don't think they're reporting.
I'm scouting around in multiple accounts. The Samo Yondaime game is going as well. Yondaime's up a game.
Okay, yeah, we can go back to the Samu game. We were watching some of that. Did the quick draw game finish with Jaren? Oh no, it's still going. Okay.
Diego game's close in game 3. It's like top deck war, or not top deck war, but it's both players are low on life.
Damn, I'm here in the NB game against, I think it's Frogs versus Quick Draw, and they just started game 3, so we should get a full thing. This might be tribute for Caius on a Frog. Yeah, hitting Treeborn. So
that sounds about right. Yep.
Pretty good to not. Oh, but running into Gores. I was gonna say pretty good to not Raikou there. Like obviously if it's dupe, hitting it with Raikou is solid, but banishing a Treeborn feels much better. Yeah, very true. Ryan was playing under the account Dad4 game. Not really.
Yeah, that's my ult. No, I didn't bubble this event. I went 1-1 drop and went to locals. So. I was not playing well yesterday though at all. Like I just like right off the bat, I was like, I'm like blundering and making bad plays, and I gotta win. I gotta win anyway. But I was just like, it was not my day that day.
Yeah,
Sometimes you just wake up and you're just not capable of playing decent Yu-Gi-Oh, no matter how hard you try.
that's definitely a thing.
Yeah, that was one of those days. But
Okay, so we have debris for, I would think, yeah, Trooper.
we're getting a. Is there a Black Rose incoming?
Mill 3, then Black Rose. It's possible. Congrats, Lucas, on getting top 8.
Let's go, Lucas.
Frazier, unfortunately, you don't get anything for 16th, or top, I guess it'd be 9th place. Only the top 4 are getting payouts, really.
Well, Frazier's already got his win though. He jokes. He's been joking about that a lot. He's
Gotcha.
like, yeah, after winning that Ultimate Time Wizard, he's like, just like scrubbed out of everything he's played. Just gotten outrageously sacked by stuff. Like I know Maryland, he got beat by some like dark calling. Like
Oh, yeah.
nonsense.
I think Masha posted a game where she was playing against that, but
Yeah, and he's just like, you know what? I get it. All right, the Yu-Gi-Oh gods are just I got my win. Now the Yu-Gi-Oh gods are like, all right, you you can take a break now. You can chill.
yeah. Frazier, I appreciate you playing in the, and y'all said it would be interesting. True. I appreciate you playing in the tournament, though.
It was definitely
it's fun to have you.
About as interesting as it gets for a GV.
Yeah, that was, you know, I was expecting you to draw a little bit better and him to not draw quite so insane. So, you know. Those were some pretty crazy games from, wow, Karma Cut here. Karma Cut on, is this in response to the debris effect? Because you would get Prio with this. Did they card trooper effect negated? Prio on debris. What?
Did you just not know that he can mill?
Yeah, you can mill for cost, but I guess Jacksoft doesn't know that. I was busy interacting with the chat. I didn't.
No, he definitely didn't mill. Because his graveyard's the same.
So yeah, I don't think they know that they can mill for cost.
That's unfortunate.
Because that's a really big deal, especially in a deck that plays Avarice and Dandelion and whatnot. And I'm pretty sure Jacksoff has been playing Volcanic Shell as well.
Yeah, that's a misplay.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. It might not be a misplay based on the hand, but they don't even know that you can do that. So regardless of whether it's correct or not, it was not a decision, a calculated decision, I should say.
Right.
And NB is looking good here in Game 3 without ever getting to revive a Treeborn or summon any other frogs.
Ooh, looks like Diego just got the win with 1,000 life left.
That's pretty clutch. Prio tribute off the token.
Yeah, enemy controller's a pretty good card. Who would have thought?
Are we making Gore's Duplock here?
I'm gonna have Ghost
bounce
Rider
the Gores?
Ghost Rider's going into Game 3.
Okay. Yeah, Viking Goats. Vayu mirrors can be pretty insane. So we're just going to go Duplock with the Gores in our hand. I do love bouncing Gores with Swap. And having spent that debris doesn't feel great here. We're going for a quick draw. Pitching Dandy, okay. You know what? Maybe if we have a second debris, this could be pretty big. Because you could go Drill, Poke for 12, Banish, Summon Debris, Black Rose the whole field, make the Dupe Frogs miss timing.
We've got our Debris Dragon Expert snack over here.
Oh, Titanial's huge too.
Oh, Ghost Rider won.
Nice.
Ghost Rider moves on with the old Draconical Turbo.
Titanial Drill Warrior is pretty good as well. Dupes would miss timing if you summon the Dandy and make Black Rose that way, because it would be Dandy Chainlink 1, Black Rose Chainlink 2. Dupes would be destroyed as Chainlink 2, and Chainlink 1 would be Dandy. So since the dupes weren't destroyed as the final thing to happen, the dupes would miss timing.
That is correct.
Avarice. Okay, well, the hand from Jax has been pretty wild.
I guess the mill didn't matter too much.
Now, what's interesting here is with Drill, probably it's also interesting that you Avarice before banishing with Drill, but maybe looking for some way to push through even further. But you have to be careful what you put back, because with Drill, you actually often want to keep things in your grave. Like sometimes you want to keep a debris in the grave because you want to add it back off Drill next turn.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a little bit strange here.
Kept the Caius in grave.
Ghost Rider is playing Dragon Turbo. And Ketcha Watcha Slayer. This is top 16, and Quick Draw is here, yes. So we're going for 1200 damage direct through the dupe lock, which feels nice.
Yeah, so he wants to get the Caius off the Drill next turn instead of the debris.
And what's interesting here is... Oh, never mind. So yeah, we are pitching shell and not searching off the shell because we're so low on life, probably.
Yeah, you don't want to lose to Caius.
That's game over. That feels like game over. Burial on the Drill. You're not getting Drill back. And you could have put back the Treeborn in your standby phase. That's so enormous.
That's like worst nightmare kind of. That's the stuff that gives quick draw players nightmares. When like value players burial their Drill after they committed like 3-4 cards to make it.
But the problem is Titanial can still be an issue here. That severely hurts the quick draw player's grind game, but you still do have to push through a Titanial. We know there's a Gorz on field. Heavy. If you have a Junk Synchron, you can make Urkizos potentially and kill through the... Okay. That's exactly what we're going for. I assume it's going to be Urkizos here.
Does that match? Is this game 3? Yeah. Yeah, it's over. If he's on Urkizos, then yeah. I would imagine he better be on Urkizos.
Yeah, this is like... There it is.
I've been saying it forever. Urkizos is like the best like utility
kind
of like that 15th slot for frogs. People are debating between Urkizos, Mistform stuff. I think Urkizos is like a no-brainer because Junk makes it by itself.
So we can watch.
It just comes up more often.
Samu versus Yondaime still going?
Yeah, that's perfect. They just started game 3, so that's perfect.
That was pretty funny. I feel like you and I were just like rattling off all these different lines for both players that entire game.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you go Junk into Urkizos.
Like we know we've played the game long enough to know just anticipate stuff like that.
We can start quarters. Yes, Lucas. You're allowed to play whenever both players are available. You are able to play. I try to make the top cut go as quickly as possible. We already took up a whole day yesterday of people's time, so no need to prolong things. We should get plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Today.
Oh, it's double Elim, right?
Single Elim for top cut.
Okay. I don't know. I thought it was double Elim.
Double would be pretty crazy. I did play in the HRC that was double Elim. I think it was top 8 double Elim.
Yeah, there was one that was double Elim top cut. It must have been that one.
Yeah. That was pretty crazy. It was Swiss. It was like 7 rounds of Swiss into... Uh-oh. Please no disconnect. Please no disconnect. This would be pretty tragic to disconnect in top 16, game 3. Can you... Something I wonder, actually. In DB, can you pause? Can you pause the game and stop them from disconnecting and losing the match?
Good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Because if... I'm not saying that I would do this if I were Samu, but
Yeah, it's like kind of gray area, right? Hmm.
it's up to Samu or whatever. But I would, I like I was mentioning yesterday. Actually, I've played games on ladder where my opponent disconnects, and I've thought about pausing and just seeing what happens, just because I was kind of interested in
Oh, you're back. We're
continuing that
good.
match. But we don't have to worry about that here. That was
It looks like
scary. I would be so terrified if I were you and Daimi there.
yeah. Don't know what happened on his end. Maybe could have been
He's,
intentional. Maybe like a router reset kind of thing.
that
But
seemed
yeah,
like a dueling book issue, not.
yeah. Either way, pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
It looks
Oh
like
no!
oh.
Oh no!
Well, anyway, it looks like GYBU's in game 3. Down a bunch of cards though.
And GYBU should be on Vayu.
I just closed out of it, but I'll double check.
Last I checked, I'm pretty sure GYBU is
Yeah.
on Vayu.
Yeah, definitely Value. Against Dragon Turbo.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Ha, Lewis, I'm not even familiar with that. Logging in on mobile, like using cellular data, maybe. So
Oh wow. So if GYBU loses here, then it
I
becomes
can't see the cards. Oh gosh, you have to refresh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, fortunately, is there time? There's no time in the top cut. Now that we're in top cut, we're just going however the match naturally progresses.
Right. So the winner here takes on Diego, and then the funny thing is if GYBU loses here, then it's GBs versus Dragon Turbo, which is like nightmare matchup for Dragon Turbo.
It's so bad for Dragon Turbo, yeah.
This is a really nice looking bracket for GBs. It's like the rest of the way to finals for this GB player is Dragon Turbo and Frogs.
Really?
Assuming GYBU loses here.
Wow. So
Yeah, wild.
one thing I love about these online tournaments is we're able to see these great players like Samu and Yondaime, both of them. Samu, I believe, is Serbian, and Yondaime is Italian. So just getting to see this really great talent from all over the world that you don't get to see in some of the IRL tournaments is nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Lucas, also from Sweden. Ricky, who was undefeated in Swiss, is from Morocco. So, yeah. Oh, nice, Stefan. Stefan, how did you finish? You were top 16? Did you win your top 16 round, or how'd it go?
Yeah, there are definitely pros and
Ah,
cons
you
to
lost to Pina.
yeah. Real life and online have their pros and cons for sure.
Yeah. It's really tough to schedule these tournaments and have them timed all correctly or whatever. Because accommodating people who are in like the Pacific coast of the United States and Canada, and also accommodating people who are in like Italy or, Greece, all these kind of places, it can be really tough to have a tournament that lasts for like 7 hours that works for everybody across all those time zones. But we do what we can.
Yeah, I'm glad I've gotten to play more and more real life Yu-Gi-Oh lately. I used to play like exclusively online, but now I played a lot less online lately and more in real life. I still play online when I get the chance. I like to play both. It's nice to kind of bridge
For
both
sure.
those together.
I find that
They're almost different games in a way sometimes.
there's definitely some different stuff. Something with online that still takes me a while to adjust to when I'm playing in person. It's just online. I can click on the graveyards and the banished as much as I want, and sort of as a way to hide the amount that I'm looking in the graves, I will just look in the graves almost constantly. Because if I only look in a grave when I have dark armed or whatever, then it gives it away. So for that reason, I'm always looking in all the graves, and I'm always checking like, okay, what traps are in the graves. I make it so that I never have to remember what's in the grave. I'm just always looking in them.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But then in person, it's like you just cannot do that.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
And
so
I don't know, just it's seeing this layout online. You can just easily see how many cards are in your opponent's hand. You can just
yeah,
look at, it's a lot easier to kind of um, see what the game state is.
for sure. In person, I definitely feel like it's keeping track of the game state is a skill that you don't have to flex as much in online matches.
If I checked graveyards in real life as much as I do online, I'd be the most annoying real life player on the planet.
Yeah. Bontoon, I don't know. They might have a card like Threatening Roar, or they might have like Torrential Set and they don't want to never have the Treeborn back. They might have Spiritual Art Aoi. There's a bunch of reasons why. Yeah, Kaiku is another really good reason. It's a great mention. So there's a bunch of reasons that are dependent on bringing Treeborn back. It's one of the skills of playing frogs is in your standby phase, mapping out your whole turn and figuring out whether or not bringing Treeborn back will leave you at a state at the end of the turn where you feel comfortable having the Treeborns where they are. Well, I mean, Samu didn't have graveyard set up to be able to get the Kaias. I mean, maybe like a Sidra into Kaias is something that would be on the radar, but that might be something you have to weigh the risks of, you know? This is game 3, good reason.
And GYBU did indeed lose to Dragon Turbo.
So Glad you said
So,
has Dragon Turbo and then Frogs.
so he has Dragon Turbo now, and then his next round is the winner of Ghost Rider and NB, which is either Dragon Turbo or Frogs.
Mm-hmm.
So Josh over here has pretty favorable path to the finals with GBs. This is exactly how Spiral won that Peak of the Beak, right?
Yeah, shout out
His
to
top cut
Spiral.
bracket was like, yeah,
Shout out to
his top
Spiral,
cut
who's
bracket
like
was
TOing this
for
event.
insanely favorable for him. Yeah.
Yeah, Bontoon. It's tough with the with Frogs. I think Frogs are a really tough deck to play super optimally because of all the different options that you have on every turn. And even small things like bringing back Treeborn or not,
Yes.
you learn these heuristics like bringing back Treeborn is wrong unless I have a way to convert it, but then some of the better players will bring in traps that can't be chained, like Deep Prison or something, and then it's like, well, maybe I should bring back the Treeborn because then if I draw the Caius, I don't have to tribute off my Ocean and all kinds of stuff like this. So there's a lot of
Absolutely. Every turn starts in the standby phase.
yeah,
I get bullied a lot of locals for the amount of time I spend in my standby phase, but like, I mean, it's the same thing for every other deck in their main phase 1. So
well, the thing
I
is with other decks, sometimes you can you're in your main phase 1 and you can just kind of start playing before having the full turn planned out. And with
yeah,
Frogs, I feel like that's just not an option. With
right,
Frogs, you have
right.
to know where everything is going to be at the end of the turn, considering their back row too. Like, well, if this happens, then do I want the Treeborn on the field or not? And like, you just have all these branching lines that you have to figure everything out ahead of time. Whereas with other
Yeah,
decks, it's like, well, I know for certain I'm going to start off by attacking, like summoning Armageddon Knight and attacking, and from there I'll see where it goes.
right, exactly. And yeah, that's one of those things that you don't really see unless you actually play the frog deck for a while. I used to think the frog deck, like I used to hate, I still hate watching frogs. Frogs are one of those decks where it's way more fun to play than it is to watch. Um, Having that perspective of actually playing the deck is really nice. I'm glad I got into the deck.
Mattia, I believe that is Diego. Diego is a buck, right?
Yes,
Diego did very well in Swiss and is still alive in top 8, I believe.
he is in top 8. Yeah, he's waiting for the winner of this match right here.
Interesting. So we could get a frog mirror if Yondaime wins. Luz Bell is saying that Ghost Rider lost to Shabam.
No,
Maybe,
Ghost Rider won.
maybe,
Oh, okay, in Swiss maybe.
maybe in Swiss, yeah.
Another thing with frogs too is like sometimes like I know I'm bringing the Treeborn back, but I don't know if I'm holding an econ, I don't want to you know, I don't
Ooh,
want to telegraph the econ by bringing the tree worm back and then thinking, right? I want to make them not think that I'm
for
thinking
sure,
about play. Yeah.
for sure. That's
Also,
a
also Ghost Rider's up a game against NB. That's not too surprising with Frogs versus Dragon Turbo.
so Yondaime appears to be in a pretty bad spot here, I would say. It's interesting. Our reigning champion, Semu Pusteno, I forgot to mention that, but he is still our reigning champion, and he's still alive. So there's a chance he could defend his title here today.
He's a very impressive player.
Yondaime will probably need a miracle fusion sometime soon to turn things around.
It's interesting that we have like both Hero Frogs and the Fishborg Synchro Frogs kind of coinciding together right now because I think you have to side very differently for both of those.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Dark Arm. That's going to put quite some pressure on Yondaime, even if he has a Gores. Gores won't be enough to. Oh no! Now the Gores isn't an option. That's
Yep.
6,000 and puts him below
I
BrainCon range.
I know the pain of
This might
this
be the
gameplay.
end. This
Yeah,
really
it's
now
like
even a Miracle Fusion doesn't help. Yeah, that's
yep.
game over.
Yeah.
Wow. With the D
Frog
prison
moment.
back. Yeah, even a Junk Synchron to run over the Dyna wouldn't have helped with D prison backing it and oppression. That's pretty crazy. Drawing Dust Shoot for turn feels terrible there. Well, I guess I can report this one too. This one goes to Semu. And
All
we're
right, we
into
got
top 8. I can
our
adjust the thing here.
top 8 is locked in.
So, we could watch Dragon Turbo versus Glads, Dragon Turbo versus Frogs,
Lots of Dragon Turbo.
Blackwing versus Vayu, and Vayu versus Frogs.
The Lucas game they're currently citing. Lucas is down a game, so if we want to watch a fresh game,
What's that?
I was saying if we want to watch a fresh game, the Lucas game just started game 2. Lucas is down a game.
Okay. Lucas is down a game. In.
Also, I mean, the Ghost Rider game is pretty fresh too. This game 2 that they've just started against NB on Frogs.
I think. I think this Blackwing versus Vayu, this might actually be our only chance to watch that matchup, which is funny.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because there's only
Not
one Blackwing left, right? It's just Lucas.
Yes.
Oh, I see
Yeah.
a whirlwind on field. Oh wait, is this double? No, no, sorry. I was like, wait, is this Blackwing Mirror? But no, it's just a Sirocco. Lucas is down a game, but having the whirlwind start sure helps.
And the bottomless answer the Sirocco.
Yeah, Sirocco is one of the most powerful cards as the value player against Blackwing. The value of Sirocco goes up so much against Blackwing or in the mirror. Anything but dragons, says the next. Yeah, we might get to see some Dragon Turbo later on. 2 Dragon Turbo in top
Yeah.
8.
Top 4 could potentially be a Dragon Turbo mirror.
We could get that.
Unfortunately, one of the Dragon Turbo players has to play against GBs. So, seems unlikely that
Wait,
happens, but it's
How
possible.
what happened? Oh, okay. Am I crazy? That was weird. That that seemed weird, the dust tornado thing, but maybe I just was not paying close enough attention. Real
Oh,
quick.
neither was I.
Yeah, top 8, 2 Glad Beast, at least 2 Frog, right? And then 2 Vayu Blackwing.
Two frog, yeah.
That sounds right, yeah. 2 Frog, 2 Dragon, 2 Vayu, and then Blackwing Glads.
Yes, that is correct. No hero beat to be found anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, no Hero Beat, no Light Sworn.
Yeah, no Machina. Who like? What's up with that? Why is nobody?
True.
I don't know. Like, not biased or anything. Definitely not my favorite deck in the format.
Where were all the plant decks? That's what I want to know. We needed more plant stuff.
Well, there was a quick draw in top 16, and a light sworn in top 16, right?
Yeah, we had a Light Sworn in top 16.
Yeah.
Okay, Steel Shura, get Vayu out of the deck would be kind of crazy. If you're able to Shura run over this Bora and resolve the Shura, that would be nasty.
I'm not surprised there's no hero beat. Hero beat gets absolutely cooked by frogs, which are just
Mirror.
all over the place right now.
We have Road. Oh my god, that might be game over.
That's disgusting.
If there's no Kalute, this might be game. Even with the Kalute, it would be really bad, but this might be game over.
No
Oh
Amaryllis. Yeah.
no.
I
Oh,
guess you meant, no plant decks, just in general, pretty much.
this is really brutal.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all.
This is really brutal for Lucas. We're going to end on probably Android Stardust with Plague Engrave. And Way More Life as well.
Not the biggest fan of Starlight Road as a card, but this time, like, here it went absolutely nuts.
BrainCon, Starlight Road, when they both resolve, that's pretty good.
I tend to not play Starlight Road outside of exactly the Blackwing Mirror, as like in the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at
Wait.
with that card.
Oh, don't even play Android. That's true. The Vayu extra deck can be tough, so
yeah,
don't have room for Android. So that makes sense. And it's definitely better for Lucas to be facing a Catastor versus the Android. Watch Diego after. Okay. And no Blackwings on field to even pump this guy with.
All right, Ghost Rider is going to game 3. Ghost Rider in NB, that is.
Okay, well this will let you hit over Stardust or Catastor, depending on which one you care about.
I'm going to check in on this GB match and see how things are going.
Alright. Brain control is pretty nasty. I have to agree, Dad, for game. We didn't pump. Did we?
Oh, wow. I just saw a magical stone to grab an upstart.
Are we going Kalute here? Did we draw Kalute right after? Because that would be a bad feeling. Drawing Kalute right after the Shura resolved on Bora? Or maybe it's possible you would hold a Kalute there, but...
Okay, maybe. Okay, so Striker wasn't as down bad as I thought. He magical stone to grab an upstart, but then he followed up with a Pot of Avarice because he discarded 2 dragons. So if he can draw into a rejuve, he's in a spot here.
Okay, this is still pretty bad for Lucas, I think. But you do have 3 Darks engraved with Stardust off the field. So if that last card in Lucas's hand is Dark Arm Dragon, that could shift things significantly.
Dark Arm Dragon tends to do that.
It is not Dark Arm Dragon.
That is, yeah. Dark Arm Dragon in the back row. Infernity moment.
True. It could be several things. Nicholas doesn't seem afraid of Mirror or Icarus here. I think it's a gotta have it moment. Yeah. And Lucas did not have it.
Yeah. Good run by Lucas, though. I know he's like not super seasoned with Edison. I know he's a really good Go player, so solid run for him.
Did I say Mirror? Did I say he's not afraid of Mirror? Well, that would be why. I don't remember if I said Torrential or Icarus or Mirror Icarus, but either way. So Nicholas moves on, and yeah, we can watch Diego and Samu next. That game should have just started basically.
Let's do that. Oh, there's a Ryza. Just hit the board. Stacking a Gruffer.
I'm gonna step away for a second, if you don't mind.
Sure, I'll do my best. I gotta get one of these Dragon Turbo matches on the side here. I'm on like a couple of accounts here. All right. Just thinking on this attack here. Does he want a prison just to save damage? It's not a great spot either way. He knows he's drawing into a Greffer. Yeah, this is where cards like Bottomless Deep Prison are just like very subpar against frogs. Like even if you do, prison or whatever to prevent some damage, you're still just getting a nice plus off the Monarch. He's thinking for a while here. What? Okay, he just takes the damage. Wow. Yo, was that DDV champion and recent RBET Maryland topper Fitz in the chat? No way. Huge fan. Huge fan. All right, so we know that Samu has a Greffer in his hand that he just drew because he got stacked by the Ryza, and then a back row that he took a while to think about using on the Ryza attack and decided not to. I don't know if there's any more known information because we just hopped into this game, but there's a Necro and a Vayu engrave, 4 Darks. He's got the think emoji. Hey, what's up, Fizz? Thanks, man. Doing my best. Not something I've done too much, but I do enjoy it from time to time. Okay, so he's reading this as like a battle trap, which I don't blame him at all. He's just gonna pop it and then maybe go for game here with the Caius or something. Oh, okay. He was just sitting on a return. That was super dead. I guess it wasn't that dead. It's possible. Like he could have gone like Necro, Chain Return, and just have a bunch of attack negations, but Yeah, this could just be game over here, depending on what this avarice draws into. Monarch is game. Special swap frog would be really nice here too. It wouldn't be game because of the Necrogarna, but it just like sets Samu back another turn. Swap, bounce the Ryza, tribute summon the Ryza. But again, we just hopped into this in the middle. So we don't know if there's any more known information other than Samu has a Greffer in his hand. Or perhaps set on the field. I just looked over and Ghost Rider's got a gigantic board of dragons. No surprise there. Okay, Raiko pop the Ryzo. That is a mill of all time, but not super helpful yet. He's got to find a Sirocco to at least get the Vayu engine going. He does have the Greffer, so he probably has access to that. I don't know if it's helping him too much though into this this frog situation. Ooh, is there an X normal here? Okay, all right. When do we end on? You just end on subdupe? Yeah, with the back row. Okay, that's pretty strong position. This Substitute's gonna probably get something for free here next turn. Whether it's Uni, yeah, Uni's not in the graveyard. Grab a Uni for free if it's a back row. Grab a second Dupe Frog, just make a super lock. Yeah, they're like super dupe lock, like dupe substitute. It just you just feel so safe. The only thing that like deals with it is Brain Caius, and that doesn't even do any damage. Assuming they're all in defense.
I'm back.
Hello.
Thank you for holding it down.
Holding the fort. Yeah, so we know Samu has a Greffer in hand. One of his 4 cards is a Greffer.
Okay. This is game 2?
Game 1.
Oh, this is only game 1. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, he just doesn't have any Greffer fuel, it looks like. He's got 2 Vayus Necrogarden engraved. He doesn't have a Dark that he's willing to pitch, so he's
It's about to be game 2.
Yeah. I mean, Monarch is game no matter what here. He didn't have it last turn, though. He had game last turn with the Monarch, but the Monarch never hit the field, so...
Hey, what about Caius? What about Caius hit Vayu, take 1,000, drop Gores? That might not be game.
Yo. that would not be game. That would, yeah.
But no effect.
Yeah, he's up to something here.
Is there a Dust Frog in deck? No. Yeah, all 3 swaps are accounted for. So you couldn't go sub Tribute Treeborn for swap and then turn both to attack for exact game.
Is he not on Dust Frog? Or have we seen Dust Frog out of Diego?
I don't know.
Like in the past? Okay. I feel like he had game with Dust Frog. Even if Dust Frog's in hand, you can bounce and then extra normal tribute summon the Dust Frog.
Yeah, that's a good reason to think that at least, yeah, he's not on Dust Frog. Yeah, I think that's a good point. If he had Dust Frog, it probably gets summoned that turn.
Right. Unless he's like super playing cautious into Gorse, which I understand because Samu doesn't seem to be doing anything like explosive here. So Oh, update. Ghost Rider 1. Ghost Rider's in top 4.
All right, so and I think Ghost Rider got second at Deck Devastator 6 and third at Deck Devastators 5.
Ghost Rider's just insane. Out of his mind. He lost round 1 as well. That's the funny thing. He lost round 1 of Swiss, and I don't think he's lost since.
And do you know who he lost to?
GBs, right? Josh?
Yeah,
I knew it was a GB player.
he lost to the exact Gladiator Beast player that is still in top 8 with him.
So, and he might play against him next round depending on what happens here.
That's pretty crazy that it's possible. It's possible for Ghost Rider to win round 1 and then potentially, make it all the way to the end and face them in like top 4, right?
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. I've got the GB game on the side. Yeah, that's wild.
What just happened?
GB player went into Sekitor.
Yeah.
Dragon Turbo player flipped oppression, and GB player had the MST for the oppression. So Sekitor's going off.
That's pretty nasty.
Yeah, this looks bad.
So it seems like Diego might just think we don't need Death Frog, but I like the idea of Avarice and Salvage and 3 dupes. But, you can keep your Death Frog.
It's very possible he is on the death, and he could have gone for the extra normal tribute summon Death Frog thing. He just didn't want to play in the Gores unnecessarily, which I get.
The triple dupe lock is kind of nasty.
What was his life in that?
Triple dupe and sub. It was 22.
22. Oh no, he could have still gone for it. He could have gone into Death and then into Unifrog. So Death attack for 19 and then Uni just wins through Gores.
Yes, Bontoon. If all 3 dupes die, assuming they're Chain Link 1 when they die, you will get 3 searches. We're sending to probably send a Sirocco.
I'd say that's a safe assumption.
Could be Plague. Okay, we are going for Sirocco. I was thinking you could send Plague and then like normal Sirocco to make a Black Rose or something, but
yeah, the 3 dupes would form a chain. The way you make them as timing is by destroying them as chain with something Chain Link 2 or higher. So you can Black Rose them to miss timing as long as Dandy is Chain Link 1. So you can if you use Dandy as material for Black Rose.
Yep.
Dandy mandatory Chain Link 1 and then Black Rose Chain Link 2 would blow up the frogs, and then Dandy would resolve and the dupes would miss timing there.
Yeah, that's why if the frog player has dupes on the field and they bring back Treeborn, tribute summon for Caius, Caius will be Chain Link 1, and then if you chain Torrential to that, the Torrential will resolve, and then the Caius will resolve, causing the dupes to miss timing.
Yeah,
So,
as a frog player, I'm terrified of Torrential in those situations.
that's why for frogs, when they have the dupes on field, going for Monarch plays is kind of a bit of a risk for them into Torrential.
Yeah, you're better off summoning. If you're going to summon something that doesn't have an effect on summon.
Yeah, speaking of summoning a Monarch into a Torrential.
He's just, he just doesn't believe he has it, which, that's fair. I wonder how much Diego considered rising the back row there, even though he knew attacking into the Greffer would force the Garden to protect the Greffer.
Yeah, it's a good point, James. This game 1 is not looking great for Samu, our defending champion. Oh, it's yeah. Also, torrentials. Wait, no. Is it engraved for both? No, no. It's not engraved for the value player. Wait, what? Am I crazy? There's no torrential in Samu's grave. That was Diego's grave. Wait, am I blind somehow? Oh, what the heck? Okay, yeah, there it is, right there. All right, all right, all right.
Well played. I should check my opponent's graveyard more often.
Yeah, well, as commentator, I'm worried about more than just graveyards, you know?
Yeah, and my attention is super divided right now. So
Top cut
I'm
is
like
not
muting.
timed.
Yeah, I'm like watching. I've got the other game on the side. I'm muting on and off to eat lunch. I've got lunch right in front of me right now. I'm just snacking on food and
Yeah, no, I had to step away to eat as well. Scarf down some food. So Samu's doing everything he can to fight through this, as awful of a spot as he's in. We saw not exactly this situation, but something with Pro Storm, where Pro Storm was really down against Ricky. Okay, what are we making here?
yeah, this back row's got to be real now.
Are we making Army Arm with sub? I guess you could just make Brio, right? Make Brio
Yeah,
with sub and dupe.
that seems like a strong play.
But yeah, we were watching a game where Pro Storm was playing Frogs against Ricky on Vayu, and Pro Storm was just in the worst spot. He had like 200 life left into a known Gores, and could barely seem to keep monsters on his field, but he was just fighting turn after turn. And eventually he did lose, but every once in a while you will draw a card off the top of your deck that saves you from those awful situations, and that's why these good players being able to survive as long as they can, even when it looks completely unwinnable, just trying to grind it out and force the opponent to play as optimally as they have to.
Well, for sure, Samu's playing this really well, all things considered.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So just going for the army arm that I talked about.
Yeah, you don't want that junk synchron getting brain controlled or anything. And that's me not checking. Okay, he doesn't brain control engrave. Never mind.
What the heck?
Should check my graveyard before I should check the graveyard before I mention one ofs that are already in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I bubble. Maybe that's why you bubble events instead of top them.
Not. It's just the commentators' situation.
Yeah, no. When you're in the game, yeah, when you're in the game, it's different for sure. Yeah, return is gone.
Is a bitch. I mean, it might just be like, well, over 2 turns I can kill you, because now I can bring back Treeborn, tribute for a Monarch. I don't know, Army Arm, equipped to the Monarch and kill.
I can see that. Okay, what are you doing with this Treeborn? I feel like you're not bringing the Treeborn back to lock your field up unless you're doing something with the Treeborn.
It's got to be a Monarch, right?
Yeah, surely. Oh, there it is. What do we go for here? I wonder if he has like a big brain read on the old back row. Yeah, no, he's just gonna go for the safe play. Makes sense.
Are you equipping? We are not.
Okay, yeah. Well, Mirror Force is in the graveyard. What are you doing, my guy?
Good point. I mean, Battle Step. Econ. That's
Yo,
wait. To take it. Okay, okay. To take the armed wing.
I like to say that he took a page out of my book there. I didn't come. I'm not claiming to have created that play, but it's something that I do a lot in the like battle step stuff. As an ancient gear player, it's something that you gotta always have in mind. I'll play some ancient gears for fun, and that comes up so much in that deck.
Yeah, Mirror Force is in the grave.
Yeah, Air
Some
Force was for sure in the graveyard.
sometimes I will turn things to defense in main one. At least when I'm playing in paper, like at locals for friendly stuff, because this usually comes up when I'm attacking directly, but it's like I don't want them to take all the damage. Like, some people sometimes like take all the damage at once.
Yeah,
So sometimes I'll turn it to defense. If it doesn't really matter, like if I flipped a Raikou last turn, I'll turn the Raikou to defense before entering battle phase, just so that it's like I promise you I'm not attacking with this. Do not take the damage, but that's just
yeah,
like to be friendly.
yeah.
Indeed, the Mirror Force was engraved though in that situation. So yeah, winner of this will play Vayu Turbo, and winner of that will play Dragon Turbo. We could get 2 Vayu Turbo and 2 Dragon Turbo in top 4.
That's not looking like the case. Gladiator Beast is absolutely cooking right now.
Oh, really? So we're
Yeah,
probably getting Dragon Turbo versus
yeah.
Glads
It's
and
up a
Vayu
game.
Turbo versus maybe Frogs?
Let's just say the GB player is up a game and they have Heraclinos on the field right now.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
The Gladiator Beasts are cooking.
No, this is exactly how Spiral won that Peak of the Week. His top cut bracket was just Frogs and Dragon Turbo.
Yeah. You can get those nice brackets every once in a while.
Oh, for sure. I know Ghost Rider's not happy waiting for the winner of this one.
Especially
I
the one guy
I
he lost
know
to
he
in round
is.
1 as well.
Yeah, I know he is upset about this.
You just gotta hope the Gladiator Beast player is gonna brick against you. Use up all your luck right before me, please.
Yes. I got a couple of Dragon Turbo players at my locals. Shout out Dennis Nadas. He won a YCS last year in current format. He plays Dragon Turbo when he does play Edison. He's been trying out some spice in the side deck for GBs because we have a lot of GB players as well. I believe he's playing Volcanic Queen for GBs.
That's
Trying
pretty
that out.
insane.
Yeah, just some weird GB hate. So if that becomes a popular thing that Dragon Turbo players do, who knows? It makes sense. He just outs the Heraclinos.
Right. That is a pretty nasty out to Heraclinos. Sounds like GB1. And yeah, Fitz is right. These rounds are untimed, but Samu starting out with a dust shoot in game 2 will help him claw back, hopefully. Hopefully for Samu fans at least. Only a Caius in hand. Oh, maybe not. They just immediately said Caius. So I don't know where Josh Johnson is from. And I don't know where Nicholas is from. But I know that Ghost Rider and Diego are both American. And Samu Serbian. So I'm just curious to see where everybody's from that's going to make it to top 4 here. Because we did see a good amount of Europeans in the previous, in top 8 and top 16. Swing of Memories. Dragon Turbo will take its throne soon.
Yo.
Josh is a North Carolina player. United States representing. South Carolina. Rug on the swap.
I'm usually not a fan of this, but we'll see how it goes.
I think sometimes if you have, well, first of all, he put back the Caius, and he might have seen his hand, and
Oh, he dust shooted him. Okay,
yeah,
yeah, I'm not. Yeah, like I said, the attention's divided. Yeah, if he dust shooted him, he knows his hand. Then absolutely, yeah, you rug that. Never mind.
you can rug and know that there's no treeborn access outside of the sub, and then he also might just have another rug. Of course, there goes one of them milled, so it's unlikely that he does have the third rug. Of course, that might be a bit of a what's it called, Monty Hall problem. If you mill something from the top of your deck, does that reduce the chances of you having it in your hand? Or is it like a Monty Hall problem?
I don't know, but if I'm Diego, I'm not playing on rug the rest of this game. If he has the third one, then well played, sir.
Speaking of, did he just draw the sub for turn? Oh, maybe he
Oh
had the
my
oppression the whole time. Don't. Okay.
Oh, okay, we got the answer.
The answer to the oppression? Thinking on the discard. Discarding Solex.
Okay, so doesn't have a great discard here. But we got the Treeborn access now. It's unfortunate that Samu didn't have a monster up for him to go Soul Exchange Substitute there.
Prostorm, I need you to do the math on Monty Hall problem in Edison format with Mills.
That's a Pro Storm thing for sure. He's probably already done it.
The second Solex here. For a Caius, I wonder if Diego had two Caius to begin with.
Ooh, he hit the good back roads too.
I think you're ahead of me somehow. Maybe I'm behind, maybe I'm lagging.
Maybe.
Hit a Mirror Force, yeah. That is a really good back row to be hitting with Caius. Things are looking like they might get tough for our defending champions, Samu.
Yeah, that's something I've gotten. I feel like I've gotten better at lately is Caiusing back row, and just like making good reads on back row as far as Caiusing it. There's that match in Maryland I had on camera where I Caiused 3 of my opponent's back row in one game.
Wow.
And they were all just like, yeah, they all just went through.
Yeah.
Like I hardly ever Caius one back row, let alone 3, but it was just like he wasn't putting anything on the board worth Caiusing. Oh, the deck dev. Let's see if this one.
Brain Con deck dev.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, good call, Prostorm. What's the last card in hand? I want to say probably a spell. What's this? A Death Frog. It survives.
Oh, he is on Desmond.
There is a Death Frog in the deck.
Still don't want to draw that though, even under deck dev. Yeah, this deck dev has already gotten enough value here. Even if the top decks aren't hitting the graveyard.
What did we just draw after the Death Frog?
Enemy controller.
Enemy controller, okay. And this is the last one. It's a Substitute.
Oof. Yeah, this is probably going to game 3.
This final turn, yeah. It does appear to be going to game 3, and this is one of the reasons why Vayu is so good, is that even against frogs, which kind of have a good game plan against you, you do have these silver bullet kind of cards like deck dev that can just be pretty crushing. Of course, he does have Treeborn Engrave, but even just being able to hit cards out of their hand and get the hand knowledge is so huge against frogs.
Is Top Cut timed at all?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine so because they start at different times and stuff.
But yeah, just hitting cards out of their hand makes their discard traps worse. And getting the hand knowledge means you don't have to fear gores, you don't have to fear heavy necessarily.
Yeah, I wonder when if this was a time scenario, I wonder when Diego considers just like scooping and going to game 3 to save time.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously not the case here. Because he is down. He seems to be down really bad. Samu's got full hand knowledge. Just up a ton of cards.
So there was a crow. Good call, ProStorm.
There was a crow. It was attributed.
Torrential on the Sirocco. That'll put Samu at 3 darks. And if Samu has another deck dev, he might just fire it here.
Just slam it, yeah. Why not? It's not getting any better.
Crow did evolve.
What's he thinking about here?
So I guess Ghost Rider is... Oh, yeah, there was a deck dev.
Oh, I would have slammed that so much faster, but...
If it's his only pressure, he might be... I mean, I guess it's getting destroyed either way.
Right, right.
Maybe he had like a... I don't know.
Now he just continue to have full hand knowledge, even if you don't hit anything.
It is interesting. It is interesting. Diego might be able to climb back. That'd be pretty crazy, wouldn't it?
That would be wild.
To win through the deck dev?
There's a
through
lot
double deck dev, really?
Yeah. A lot would have to go his way, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
And that's the only Treeborn, too, so...
Yo, the Desmond.
No, we're playing around the third rug, maybe. Or just don't want to waste the Monarch at this time. Rather save the Monarch for a more impactful moment. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, ProStorm, with one crow being set in tribute... Okay, there is a dad.
Oh.
I did mention the 3 darks.
Well, Diego had a chance until Dark Arm hit the field.
Ooh, what's the back row?
We do know Diego has an Econ somewhere.
Yeah, you know Econ Ryza? Oh, it was a Mirror Force.
That's rough.
Of course, Samu knew what the hand was. So, he knew that it was either Econ or Mirror Force there.
But he's holding the Econ. He does... Okay, so Diego does have a... I mean, Samu knows all this, though.
Yeah, Samu can just pop his own dad if he really fears the Econ.
Yeah, he's got to play around the Econ. Yeah, there's a Caius Engrave, ProStorm. Just the one dark, though. Samu's Banish, Crow, Greffer, Mirror Force. Do we know Diego's second card?
We know... Shouldn't it be Ryza?
Econ Ryza. Okay.
I thought it was Ryza, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. Okay, yeah, it
Oh
is
yeah,
Ryza.
that's right, because he drew it off the most recent deck of.
Apparently, the GVs are popping off against Ghost Rider.
That's unfortunately not a surprise.
And
We all know how much I love GBs. My favorite deck.
we do love our guy Ghost Rider, though.
Yeah, that's a joke, by the way.
Yeah,
Can't
about
stand
the
it.
GVs, about the
Josh, Josh,
GVs.
yeah, Josh is a super cool guy. I played against him before. Really, really cool player. I just hate the deck that he plays.
And if GBs are able to, yeah, HT. It's GBs versus Ghost Rider and Dragon Turbo. That's in top four, right?
Just hopped in and there's Heracleus on the field again.
And
No surprise.
on this side of the bracket, we have Vayu facing off against the winner of this, and this match is Vayu versus Frogs. So I think if you're rooting against GBs, you have to hope that one of the Vayu players is able to take out GBs in the final, or Ghost Rider is able to pull off a crazy comeback in his top four match. So I think Samu is considering whether he wants to pop his own dad by banishing the Sirocco, which he will just tribute over. That's interesting. Ryza on the monster? Solemn. Won't even get to see that. This is actually not the easiest spot for Samu, though. Yes, Econ is only face-up monsters. It'd be interesting if enemy controller was like Change of Heart, but you had to tribute something. I think it'd make frogs even more disgusting, but...
I've been on an enemy controller craze lately.
Wait,
I've been
so now it's salvage Econ? Does salvage help you out here? I don't think it helps that much. Sub? Okay, wait. Yeah, maybe it lets you go into Duplock here.
yeah, and the two set monsters though, like who knows?
Yep, just going into Duplock here. What else did he add off of the salvage? A swap?
I believe a swap.
This is pretty interesting. Through two deck devs, Samu is still kind of struggling to close this out.
Yeah, because he's low on life and there's a known enemy controller. He's gotta be careful for sure.
Yep. Why did they send the other frogs to the grave? Because you don't want to draw them. At this point, you already have Treeborn access, so you'd rather just get these out of the deck so that you can draw things like Ryza and stuff. Ryza, Soul Exchange, all these Avarice even. You just want to get the frogs into the grave. Oop. Had a little bit of a internet drop there.
European problems.
Tributing Vayu. That's setting up for an Armed Wing.
Yep.
And what is this set card that we set over? Is this just a Sirocco? Because we set this over the... Or no, maybe that was the Kai's that we put back with Ryza.
This is just...
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
just it.
This is game.
This just lights out.
because we know there's no gores as well. So yeah,
Right.
it's just game, surely. Whatever this is it a Soroka? It's a Caius. Okay.
I feel like you have to set the defensive econ there just because he knows about it and he's going to play around it otherwise. But that might be a hindsight thing.
It's tough because you're not. I don't know. Without the Treeborns,
Yeah.
I don't know what your options are. All right, so we are going to see a game 3 here. Is Niklas watching? Is he watching who his next opponent will be? I don't know if this is the right Niklas or not, but how's looking?
Possibly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks that way.
How's Ghost Rider doing?
He is down a game, and well, Josh had Sekitor in hand, so that's good for him. Oh, Sekitor Test Tiger. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I think Herc's coming back out again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Oppression.
Okay.
Go started with the Oppression.
Dragon Turbo siding Oppression, huh?
Oh yeah. Okay, so he pressed the Test Tiger, took some damage. He does have Future Fusion up though, so he's. Oh, but yeah, but it's already up, so he can get the 5-headed out still.
Yep. That's pretty big. Having Oppression against GBs. All right. This time Diego gets to go first with his frogs. No swap play, just probably setting like a dupe or something. Maybe a Treeborn. End phase hitting a back row probably. Hitting a rug is nice. If that's a set Sirocco though, yeah, set Sirocco DDV as ProStorm is saying could be big. But I think you have to hope it's not that. It's not the. Oh, it's a second rug. Smart of Samu to set 2 rug there into a probable discard trap in the back row for Diego. And I wonder what the set monsters are for each of these players. Still not flipping that over. Maybe run into a dupe and then have it to 1,000 defense. If you have a brain control here, that would be pretty nice. But we don't. This is game 3, BS 45. So now it's Diego's turn to potentially crack back against Vayu. Sending a Treeborn to the grave, probably. A sub. Interesting. Do you have salvage?
Salvage makes sense.
It's a Gardna. Okay, that also makes sense here. There is the salvage we were thinking. Oh, subs tree. Oh, just calling out the hand. Can you explain to me what is Dual Devastators? Okay, Deck Devastators is the name of this tournament. It's an online tournament for Edison format, which is 2010. I think it's March 2010 through April. It's like a snapshot of Yu-Gi-Oh! At that time, the meta. And like I said, it's an online tournament for Yu-Gi-Oh! And we're currently in top 8. The decks that you're seeing here are Frogs, Frog Monarchs, and Vayu Turbo, which you don't see Vayu, but there's a card Vayu that's good in the grave, and that's what this deck is built around. I don't know how much you know about Edison, so I went from kind of the bottom up. So, yeah. Right now, Samu, it's his turn, and he's thinking what the best play is here. Has some knowledge on the opponent's hand because they added 2 cards back off of salvage. Yes, this is a normal tournament. I mean, we did 8 rounds of Swiss with 169 players. And after those 8 rounds, we went into a top 16. So both of these players have won their first match of Top Cut in top 16, and now they're facing here in top 8. Winner will play Niklas, who is also on Vayu. Very nice, Lewis. Very nice. Yeah, it's actually Samu here is playing Vayu. He is actually the reigning champion. He won Deck Devastator 6, which took place back in February. He was also playing Vayu at that tournament as well. Is there a link to the bracket? I think I've linked it before, but I can post it again.
It's a very interesting board that I'm looking at in the Ghost Rider versus Josh game. There's a hedge guard walling up against 2 Dragos.
Hedge guard. That's crazy. Fossil Dyna here. Okay. And using Prio with Fossil Dyna. So that's neat because it would make, if you torrential here, it would make the dupe miss timing. That's really interesting. And it's also pretty rare that you see somebody use Prio on a monster that they didn't summon.
This man just tributed both his Dragos for red and B.
That's pretty cool over there.
Oh, into a bottomless. Oh, decree. Oh, MST on the decree.
Oh no, that you're giving me snippets of all this craziness happening over there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Ghost Rider's still up on cards, but
he got the Prio off the red med, surely, right?
yes, yeah. So he's got a debris on board.
Oh, just
he's got another. He's got another red med. This is just over. Yeah, this is just over.
Nice.
Should be going to game 3.
Are they on Discord together?
Oh, he's got all 3 red MDs. Oh yeah, this is definitely over. Okay, it's over this turn.
Okay, so they're going into game 3, I'm hearing.
Funny, Bontoon, that you mentioned that. We were talking about pros and cons of real life Yu-Gi-Oh versus online Yu-Gi-Oh. That's definitely one of the cons. You a lot of times can't tell whether whether people are communicating in Discord and stuff like that. How much coaching is going on. So a lot of people say that online tops aren't respectable, which I can understand the reasoning for sure. But at the same time, in real life, you have, people doing like sleight of hand stacking nonsense that you can't do online. So I don't know. They've got the pros and cons. I think we'll leave it at that. Don't want to start anything like controversial or anything, Start accusing people of cheating and stuff like that. Enough of that's been going on lately.
So there's a Raigeki break on the Dyna.
That makes me...
And he chooses not to attack with the red?
Yeah, that makes me think he doesn't have Gores.
Because you would have chained it. You would have used it on the Gale attack, right?
Like, you would have taken the 12 from Fossil Dyna, and then, yeah.
You would have taken the 13 from Gale, chaining it with the Right, get
Right.
Kubrick there and drop Gores there. Yeah, I agree.
At the same time, the Gores would get halved though, so I don't know.
No, because you used it on the dupe
Oh,
already.
did you already use it? Okay, yeah. No, okay. I should have asked Brian if he already used it.
Because you remember you used the Gale with Prio there on the Fossil Dyna summon.
Okay. Yeah, I'm watching 2 games at once, but
Yeah,
yeah. All
true, true.
right. Yeah, no, there's that crazy turn that went on in the was off of this one for a bit.
Are we thinking on the target for this, Solix? I mean, it feels like you would almost always want to target a Gale here. But
Oh, Ghost Rider has been dust shooted turn 1,
ooh.
game 3.
That's not looking good for the Dragon Turbo player.
So his hand after
It is an
the
Icarus. Wow. Okay.
Flammable Guard, Prime Material, Oppression, Decree, Cards of Consonants. Okay, so Ghost Rider can still play the game.
That's a pretty big Icarus, but we're specialing swap so that we can bring a Monarch out. Ooh, or a sub, actually. We're going to dump all our frogs, which makes all the future deck devastation viruses significantly weaker.
Yeah, Ghost Rider had probably one of the best possible hands into a dust shoot there, which is very fortunate for him. Still getting dust shoot is not the best, but he had Cards of Consonants with 2 targets and then Oppression, Decree. The Prime Material is not the greatest. You don't want to have that in hand, obviously, but
Yeah, Caius would go really good here. Just being able to do 2,300 damage and clear this field. If you're Samu, that is. But I think a Caius would be slammed already. For Diego, 1 Monarch Engrave and then some frogs. It's a very interesting kind of deck that Diego seems to be playing because we haven't seen any Fishborg from him. And I don't think we've even seen Lad, have we? So it's a kind of frog deck that sort of harkens back to the old school frog decks that were just running a bunch of monarchs. Sort of simpler versions, but I don't remember, but I think we have seen Junk Synchron from Diego.
yes, we did. He made that Armory Arm play that one time.
Right.
This is post board though, so it's possible he cited it out. Against the Oppression Rug deck dev deck.
All right. All right.
That kind of gets you there.
And stacking the draw is actually super good. Yeah, that's a huge stacking that draw slows Samu down quite a bit.
Oh,
and
for sure.
I wonder if Diego has any frogs left in deck to, like maybe Unifrog still. You can bring back Treeborn, summon Unifrog next turn.
Yep. So I'm wondering if Samu does Samu have any back row in his hand? Did he set any?
Nope.
He either has back row in hand that he doesn't want to get Unifrog for free, or he just doesn't have any back row. Oh, another Monarch coming up.
This is a
Oh,
swap.
no, swap. Yeah, so
Bounce
okay, never mind.
Ryza. Oh my
Yep,
goodness. This is actually probably game over, I think.
yep.
I think this is game over. Now, you won't be able to get this swap because now it's in the grave, so you won't be able to do this.
Yeah, he's out of swaps.
You can't do this exact play again next turn, but
If he's got a salvage though, or something along those lines.
Bontoon, we did have a Hero Frog in top 16, I think. Probably another one in... Because I know you and Daime was on Hero Frog, and I think there's another one that might have been Hero Frog as well, but... This is looking really bad for Samu.
Yeah, this isn't a full...
Another Monarch? Oh, it's just S-Frog, okay.
Not going to be a full Ryza loop, but it's, you know...
And
it does-
Kaiku!
Oh my
No
God.
Necrogardna anymore either. That turns off Necrogardna. So this better be a Raikou or something, right?
Yeah, this better be something good here. It better be, like... not even a Dyna. You'd rather this be a Raikou than a Dyna. If you're Samu.
You should attack with... Interesting. I was thinking you attack with Deathfrog first. Raikou hit Kaiku.
Kaiku's gotta go. Yep.
And... Very interesting, very interesting. So we do have 3 Darks in Grave now. This is actually quite a crazy game 3 here. Diego's deck is going kind of nuts.
Samu's cooked unless he has Dark Armed. I feel like.
Oh, you do not just want to keep setting monsters.
No, you don't at all.
Oh, that's over.
God.
It's so over.
Yeah, lights out. Through the
Wow. Wow. Well, yeah, you'd have to have Garnet and Gores there. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. But Diego will continue on. And I can maybe try and catch the last of this Ghost Rider match.
Yes, let's do that. It's not over yet for Ghost, but it's not looking great.
It's looking bad. Looking bad for the Dragon Turbo player.
I mean, getting dust shooted turn 1 of game 3 is, you know, not that great.
I mean, truthfully, I would love it if neither one of these decks could advance, but...
Same.
What would you call it? Now, the interesting thing is, I don't think Diego's version... I don't think I would even call it Dream Frog to begin with, because there's no Fishborg. I don't think there's Lad, or at least we haven't seen these cards. We haven't seen Fishborg or Lad in any of them. I think if anything, it's just a Avarice Salvage Frog deck, you know, with 3 dupe. It's just kind of a more frog-centric than secondary engine. Huh? What are we questioning here? So we're getting 2 uses of Rejuve, each for 2 cards. And, okay, that's... Sending Laquari to grave. If we have Call the Haunted, this is, like, GG, right? Into Gyzaris here.
I think there's a lot of ways this could just be GG here.
Gyzaris pop nothing. And then get out... You can get out of Darius here, and that would be game, right? Get out Darius and anything.
Yeah.
Darius and Radiari, probably. I mean, I can't think of anything better to get than Ready Are You here. Just banish a white stone, probably. Or maybe a Primat. Maybe Primat.
Maybe Ghost might have to start on the Volcanic Queen technology for this matchup.
True. Because this looks like it's going to be a Heraclinos with 4 back row set and 2 in hand. Ghost does have 6 cards, so if you can use 2 of them to bait out Heraclinos negations, then maybe you have stuff to do, but... Ooh, this might already get a negation.
I'm not sure what the most one-sided matchup in the format is, but this has to be up there.
I think if I'm Josh Johnson, I think I actually would just negate this right here, because they're down to 4 cards now already. You don't want them to get 2 actual cards that you might have to negate both of them.
Yeah, I'd do it. Why not?
You still have another one left over for anything real. But they're going to allow this. You don't think you negate? Interesting. The funny thing about Volcanic Queen is I think you probably lose the game to it next turn. If you summon Volcanic Queen, they just kill you. Ronnie, just because you only have 2 negates, and if you can use trade-in is pitching a card as well. So trade-in plus the card that's getting pitched, you're using 1 card to negate 2 of theirs, basically. That's the only reason I would think you might want to negate that. Whereas like if they go like trade-in, pitch Blue Eyes, and then they draw like 2 copies of Smashing Ground, right? Not saying that they would be playing it, but like you get the idea. 2 real cards that you actually have to negate. Now they just actually, you could have gone 2 for 1, but instead you have to go 1 for 1 with both of them. Obviously, this one you have to negate.
You negated real quick.
Pitching a Chariot. It's kind of nice to pitch Chariot because you can always get it back with a quest.
It also means there's a pretty good chance he's got another Chariot down. Otherwise, he would have probably said it last turn.
Rejuve, I think you're fine with that. Ghost Rider needs some defense if he's gonna even survive another turn. You would have to have Vortex, Heavy, and something else.
He would need all of it.
Yeah.
All of the above. If Ghost Rider picks up Hero Beat after today, I wouldn't be surprised. Losing to this twice, being his only 2 losses. Take matters into his own hands to eradicate the Gladiator Beast.
I really don't think that I don't think Ghost Rider has much for this game state. Watch that be debris, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, it gets another turn, it looks like.
Imagine double Heraclinos. I don't even think that's good, but it'd be funny.
No, I don't think. Yeah, it would be funny.
There's no point in double Heraclinos, but it would be funny.
Yeah, just to flex, right? Just to play with your food a little bit. Getting Secutor's greedy. He might just have Wabaku set.
Trade in. Ghost Rider's down to 8 in deck after this. Upstart. Down to 7 in deck.
Why is hating GB so common? Because they're the spawn of Satan.
Uh,
I do a
that back row could be Decree, actually.
so my locals has a tier list. Like there's two tier lists. One like you know skill levels of players and stuff, and then I do just a meme tier list, like just classifying people into like certain stuff. The Gladiator Beast players are all at the bottom.
This
like
this really might be Decree, I think. Because, I mean, what are the odds that Ghost Rider is only playing 1 Decree, and he's down to 7 in deck?
It's funny though, because almost every Gladiator Beast player I know is like super chill, like nice, down to earth kind of person. It's just everybody's got their flaws, right? So I guess their flaws.
Okay, so
their
there's
flaws
Decree.
Gladiator Beast.
Do we negate Decree with Heraclinos and then into Lightning Vortex?
This is kind of a tough spot here.
I think you probably. It depends on what set. It depends on
It's
what
hard to
set.
say. It depends a lot on your 4-set card.
You can chain the Wabaku,
Okay.
but we're just going to allow this to resolve. Now, Lightning Vortex, you still have a negate for that.
Yes.
Lightning Vortex, then Magic Stone Excavation. Yeah. Thank you, James. Thank you. This is top 4.
Is there level 3?
There's
not a level 3.
Yeah, you're right. So no debris Black Rose on the table. There's 1 Magic Stone gone and 1 Lightning Vortex gone. So if he has exactly Lightning Vortex and another Magic Stone, okay, card destruction. Trying to dig for those, maybe.
That count is getting low, but I don't think Ghost Rider's concerned with that.
There's no way you care about this if you're the Glad Beast player. Like,
he's negating the card destruction.
Getting rid of Magic Stone and True Nade.
Right, yeah, he's just discarding the Book of Moon. I'm silly.
So the True Nade is obviously irrelevant because you already have the Decree resolved. Giving away Magic Stone does feel kind of bad. But you obviously can't go Magic Stone for Lightning Vortex and just have that. Let him have it resolve and then negate the Vortex. Like, that would be kind of nasty. Is there any other... What are some other cards that could be live here for Ghost Rider? White Stone? Summon Redman, maybe? You can just go Blue Eyes Crab. No, because the Wabaku.
Yeah, he's on the Wabaku.
Yeah, the Wabaku is live here. And one of the back rows live, too. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. Yeah, so now even an instant fusion won't save you.
Yep.
GG's.
Yeah, that's it. He's got nothing else.
The instant fusion would have helped, yeah. What a game 3.
Format has fallen. Gladiator Beasts are in the finals.
Yeah.
We need Carpath's reaction if GBs win.
Yeah, I'll have to get him on.
We need a Carpath video or something.
So now we can check out... This is still going to be top 4 here. Vayu versus Frogs again. And...
Wow.
Game 1.
Weird. Vayu and Frogs.
Winner of this is playing Glads. And I think Vayu has a better chance at taking down Glads than the Frogs do.
True, but it's also Diego. I think Diego can do it.
I mean, at this point, pretty much anybody left in the tournament is going to be very skilled. But yeah, Diego, I think, has proven himself as one of the best Frog players in the format.
Summon Des Frog FTK versus GBs.
And this is a matchup against GBs. You do wonder if Diego is playing Lad, because this would be against GBs, assuming he makes it past Nicholas. That would be a really good matchup to have Light and Darkness Dragon in.
That is a huge factor in the win rate in that matchup. or how the spread of that matchup is whether the Frog player is on Lad.
It's true, Slayer. You might see even more Glads on ladder after this. Yeah, we only had one Blackwing in top 8. And I also think it's interesting, in top 4 we had 4 different decks. Vayu, Frog, Glad, Dragon Turbo.
It's just like weird triangle, like there's like triangle within a triangle. You got like
It's called Serpinski's Triangle.
yeah, right. You've got the triangle of like GB frogs, and then I don't know. The Blackwing Vayu frog is also kind of a triangle. Yeah.
All right, so after the full substitute combo with Torrential, we have Trap Dust Shoot being activated for Diego. I have noticed that Diego tends to play more traps in his frog list, like not just like discard traps, but in previous like hero frog lists, I know he's played like Deep Prison and stuff in the main. Which honestly, if he's playing those kind of traps, that's also very helpful against Gladiator Beasts. If he makes it there. And all of these players in top 4 are getting a payout for the donations. If you'd like to donate to the prize pool, go ahead and DM me on Discord. You can find me through the edisonformat.com Discord. I've been talking about the tournament in there a bit, so let me know if you need help finding me. If you'd like to donate, just DM me and I'll send you a link. But yeah, so Diego, Niklas, Ghost Rider, and Josh Johnson are all getting something. James, this is semifinals. The winner of this will play Josh Johnson in grand finals. Yeah, Bontoon, like I've considered doing like entry fees, but it's kind of fun to just have free tournaments for people. I think a lot of people just enjoy playing and they don't really care too much about the prizing. They just kind of want to have a chance to show their stuff in the format. But there are other tournaments that have entry fee. So Diego does have 4 darks with plague. Peanut's gonna think about whether he's bringing back Treeborn. Probably will. An Avarice from Diego would be pretty big here. We're gonna Econ take Greffer. I wonder why. Do we have a
Junk Synchron?
Yeah, I was thinking Junk Synchron might be the reason you would take this instead of the Armed Wing.
Maybe like double. I was gonna say like double Econ. Just take them both.
Yeah, there Slayer. There are a few people who had some pretty crazy DB scores. Like, I think Yondaime was like, or who was? I think Yondaime was like 1,700 rating on ladder. So we've had some real DB grinders in this tournament.
There's always at least 2 James Arc alts in the top like 15. Seems like
2 of them.
at least 2.
Okay, so the Unifrog eats this, and now we summon. Oh, we're just tributing to put this back in the extra deck. That makes sense. You don't want to put the Armed Wing in grave by tributing over it. You'd rather send it back to the extra deck. Makes sense why he took the Greffer in that situation. Yeah, some people. I've heard that, James. I've heard that some people get really high rating on there. we may or may not have crossed paths where you were on Vayu and I was on plants recently.
Oh man, Iron Chat's getting pretty funny. Just typical me versus Corinna arguing about what wins between Frog and Hero Beat.
I honestly haven't played enough of that matchup from either side to tell you.
I think Frog cooks Hero Beat. The games seem. I mean, maybe cooks is the wrong word. The games go long often, in my experience, but Frog just tends to out resource Hero Beat. You just gotta avoid the like Diva, Miracle, Brio, OTK combo.
What is Nicholas gonna go for here?
Especially like Dream Frogs on Lad. Oh man, Hero Beat has no shot.
We're going for a Bria or a Goyo play probably. Goyo take Ryza. Burial.
Oh, that's disgusting. You have a game shot?
I don't think so.
Doesn't look like it.
I don't think so. I don't think there's
it puts him in a good spot even if it's not game.
You can synchro with the Ryza after you take it though.
1, 2, 3. Okay, 5 dark. So Dark Arm's not coming down.
Yeah, so I think we're just gonna take the Goyo or take the Ryza and maybe synchro with it. Brandon Jake XO got eliminated. He missed the top 16. We're not gonna synchro. We're gonna set the back row. Probably makes more sense. What does Diego have here? It's tough if the Frog player loses game 1 as well. Game 1 is usually your, you got the surprise factor. They don't have their rugs, or they're probably not playing both oppression in the main at this point. So usually your best chance to win is game 1. And can be an uphill battle in games 2 and 3 after the crazy side cards, Fossil Dyna and whatnot come in. Interesting. Do you have Threatening Roar? What is... Or it's probably a discard trap because we bounced the Treeborn, right? Not totally sure why it matters. Is it Torrential? No, that's gone in the grave. I have no idea. I can't get quite a read on what this... It feels like it could be a discard trap because you bounced the Treeborn, but I don't know if that was worth spending an entire turn to set that up. Is the second Treeborn in the graveyard? It is. And if you just use the Ryza to make a Stardust here, it's kind of rough. Or you don't even have to use the Ryza, because you can set this up for future values. It is a mirror.
Oh, got him with the mirror. Did he bounce Treeborn last turn?
He did. He did.
Yeah. I love that play so much. Where
I mean, it's not that good when they're making Stardust anyway.
Right, yeah.
He was definitely hoping that they wouldn't commit the Plague into a potential discard trap. But yeah.
Yeah, I do love doing that though. Bounce the set mirror, bluff discard trap.
I think that's totally worth going for. Like, what is the downside of bringing back the Treeborn and just making Stardust there? Even if it is a discard trap, like, okay, I don't care. Okay, Caius. Banish
Okay.
itself. Oh.
No.
I'm like, what? All right. Well, Diego's on the back foot here. How's everybody in the chat feeling? Who are you rooting for, Frogs or Vayu? And keep in mind that whoever wins is facing Gladiator Beast in finals. All right, so we got 2 people rooting for GB, 1 for Vayu, 1 for one for Diego, aka Frog. I hope Frogs do. You hope Frogs so that Johnson gets an easy W. It might not be as easy as you think.
I'm just rooting for Diego because he's the homie.
Yeah. As crazy as it sounds, Vayu feels like the underdog. I mean, they are up game 1 here. And this looks like it's going to be a fast start for Vayu here in game 2.
Could be turn 1 deck dev.
It could definitely, it could be 4,000 damage set deck dev. Usually smart to just put Frogs on a clock as fast as you can.
Gores would be disgusting here.
Does not seem to have it though.
Yikes.
Yeah, if there's a deck dev set, this could be really bad.
It could be really bad. Do we shotgun it on the Treeborn activation here, if that's what this is?
Econ.
Okay.
Now, if there's a deck dev, it's getting flipped right now.
Force the deck dev if he has it. Oh, he's thinking.
Okay, so that probably means no deck dev.
That is not a deck dev.
Okay. So Diego's still in this, because if that had been deck dev, it might have been disastrous. What were we thinking on there? Solemn? D-Prison. Okay. And he didn't bring back the Treeborn after that. I guess for salvage reasons? Can we special swap and then summon a Monarch or something? We are going to special a swap. Okay, actually, if we can summon a Monarch here, this would be kind of crazy. Oh, we're just going into Duplock. Okay.
Not bad either.
Yeah, I think this is pretty good.
You probably want to go full Duplock here. You don't want to leave a subset attack.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
I think you have to go full dupe. Dupe here.
Yeah, you just don't want to leave the substitute up in attack. You've already taken 4K. You can't afford another like 2,300 plus.
Yeah, you're just opening yourself up to a game shot. And we didn't send... We had an option to send with swap, send a dupe to grave, but we sent all the subs instead. What does Nicholas need here? Probably the best thing he could have is just Caius. He's going to be pitching Sirocco, sending Vayu or Plague, probably. If he's able to summon Armed Wing and then tribute for Caius, it would be really crazy. Bontoon, yes, you can.
Didn't send Plague. Is Plague in hand, perhaps?
So Plague for Dark End, maybe?
I don't know. I just figured Plague was probably a game shot somehow, some way. But
Yeah, you could just go Plague for Brio, bounce 2, and
right.
hope that works. But this is pretty crazy here. Diego's probably eating 24. Just 23. I guess kind of playing around Gores here if you drew it for turn.
Yeah, in case the Gores was top decked.
Yeah. And it was.
Oh, wow.
And it was.
Wow.
So, yeah. This is going to be a tough one for Diego. Very low in life.
Gores is a start. If there's a way to start this comeback, it's Gores.
Yeah, Caius here. Do we have a Monarch of some sort? We have Kaiku.
Oh my
okay.
god.
Okay.
I gotta start playing this card. It's so disgusting.
Crashing here, then 3, and then banish 2 darks here. Can't afford to play around Gores ourself anymore.
Yeah.
And there it is. That's like game over, right?
Yeah. Yep.
That is like game over.
Back row? Question mark.
Okay. Maybe not. Maybe there's a chance for Diego here. If you got to take the 1800.
And Diego's just at the point where he definitely loses to return no matter what. So
Burial would be insane too.
Yep.
Well, would it? Because you'd have to clear the Kaiku first at least. So if he can protect the Kaiku.
Yeah.
Okay, well that feels terrible.
That does not feel good at all.
So it's 900 over Kaiku.
And now brain control is offline.
But there might be a way. Just Monarch on the set, crash Gores, and then run over the token.
Yep, and then avoid top decks.
I think James, I think that maybe he was just going for the Kaiku because he needed to start pressuring. He felt like he needed to, take advantage of when he had maybe an opening and say, if there's no Gores, I have a real shot at winning this by just pressuring.
He's so up on cards, but yeah, I just still feel like he's down.
That's really, I think Nicholas is showing a really good example of how you play against frogs, which is like you just don't care about your cards, like how many cards you have. You care about damage.
Yep. It's like you're almost playing a burn deck in that regard.
So he doesn't. Oh, he did bring Rex Reborn. Yeah. Okay, Solex. Interesting. Caius burns for 1,000.
Okay.
And he'll stand only 1 dark.
Just avoid Caius and what else?
A
Burial return.
Yeah, Burial would give you just an Armor Master. This is so scary if you're Diego, because there's so many cards you just die to on the spot.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Caius at any point
Mm-hmm.
But there's also a significant amount of dead draws for Nicholas.
Nothing. All right, Diego's back in this now.
He's
Oh
very
my.
much in
Okay,
this. That's
now it's
game.
game. Now it's just
That's
ace set.
game.
Yeah,
Wow. Okay.
I knew Diego had it all along.
I never doubted. Never
I never
doubted.
lost faith. Yeah, I never lost faith in Diego. Not once.
That Gores was very much the difference for Diego. if
Always
you,
believed in
if you
Diego.
didn't have that Gores, that was just game over. He literally missed the Gores on the first turn and then drew it for turn. That's so funny. And then it's
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way he held the Gores there, right? He definitely drew it.
yeah. There's no way he holds it on the 4,000 damage
Right,
on the
of
turn.
course. Yeah, no shot. If he did, he's just like the best player, I guess. I don't know.
All right. Well, maybe this time Nicholas will open up with the DDV. Not quite. Not the start that you want to see if you're the value player here. Okay. If that's a value or like a plague or necrogardna, this certainly feels better for Nicholas. But if it's a Raikou, this would be pretty
Oh, he's going straight for the back row.
significant. Well, yeah, he solexed, so he had to go after back row, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. The monster. Yeah, he hasn't taken the monster off the field yet. Weird.
It
okay.
is a Raikou. Okay. Special swap bounce Ryza. Yeah, yeah.
Yo.
Special swap send Treeborn bounce the Ryza.
God, Soul Exchange just ruins value.
But here's the thing: if there's a Dyna, a single Dyna could shift this entire game, right? Because normal summon Dyna, run over swap, and then what are
Yeah,
you doing? Okay, we have Greffer,
Matchup is so
but nothing to discard off the Greffer.
sweet.
Not having anything to discard off Greffer is
That's
pretty
not feel good if
huge.
yeah, it does not feel good if you're Nicholas.
I feel like if you have anything to discard, you might have gone for it, but
I think he was really relying on getting Raikou Mills there.
we can bring back Treeborn. I don't know if I believe these back row. I think I would not even trust these back row really. One of them got spun back with Ryza. So one of them's probably like a D prison.
Yeah, it can't be Rug. There's no Rug for sure.
Well,
'Cause he would have said it last
probably
turn.
not. Probably not. Probably not. There's a chance that that somebody would hold Rug. Oh my god. The selects. Are we going into sub now? No, we're going for Ryza to play around oppression.
Yeah. Oppression would make a lot of sense here as one of the back row. Oh wow, he held the Rug.
Didn't even target, but it's still gone. He didn't even wait for the target, but this Greffer is gone. I don't know if they really... they've been slow to use the tributes. Yeah, I think sometimes people won't set Rug turn 1 because like, what are the odds I'm getting Monarched on literally turn 1? But there it was.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Fitz, he had the Rug and didn't set it turn 1.
So that's the first new card that Nicholas has seen. This back row, whatever it is, it's probably not chainable to the
Yeah,
Ryza.
no, you absolutely set the Rug turn 1 though, because if they go like highest and just sitting there with your hand, you look.
Oh, you're breaking up for me, Ryanite.
I was saying, yeah, if he had the Rug turn 1, he should have said it, because if he goes summon Caius, like, and you have a Rug sitting in your hand, you look really silly.
Oh, we're just tributing for Death Frog now. That's funny. That is kind of funny. We're in a bit of a simplified game state here. Five cards to 3 plus Trueborn coming back every turn. Rhoda for Armageddon, maybe? I think... Are we going to Goyo this Death Frog? Okay. It really does seem like we're just going to Goyo the Death Frog. What's funny about that is, like, if Diego does have another Monarch, you can answer that pretty easily. But I don't think Diego does have another Monarch. I think he would have summoned it instead of the Death Frog and hit the back row here. So he'd have to draw whatever this Monarch is for turn. Yeah, I agree with you, ProStorm. I think the last set being Oppression or Deep Prison is a good call. Ooh, and another back row.
I'm actually kind of leaning Oppression because now I think about it, if he did go, special swap for Kaius there, he could just Oppression the swap.
Right.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's why he didn't put the rug.
I think Oppression makes a lot of sense as the back row. Going for Uni and swap. Do we have time to spend a turn just popping a back row? Or do we need to start answering threats here? We're going to go swap, send. Send the other Treeborn to make the Goyo less of an issue if they take the Treeborn. Maybe bounce, summons Uni.
Or bounce Treeborn, set discard trap.
Okay, we are doing that. Run over the... Okay, this makes sense.
Or both.
Yeah. You can pop a back row and then potentially run over a Death Frog. And then set a back row even. If you have one. Interesting that he's rolling a dice, because these are not the same.
Yeah, they weren't set together.
That was the Oppression on turn 1.
That was the Oppression, yep.
Not attacking with the swap? That's strange. Right?
Yeah, I think he definitely attacked with the swap there.
We're just leaving the Death Frog on field. Maybe the back row's needle sealing. I have to leave. GG. Oh, he had to... No way!
Wait, why? This is top 4. Wait a minute.
Ah, something must have come up. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Oh, the game was just getting good, too.
Oh, that's such a shame. Oh, that's such a shame. Yeah, I was under IRL time duress. That... Oh, that stinks. I would have loved to see how that was going to play out, but...
Well, if there's any good news, it means GB has less of it.
But it also... The other thing is, like, if Diego had won and then the time pressure came up, like, we wouldn't have even got to witness a finals, but...
Right. Yep.
Man, that's... Obviously, that's kind of anticlimactic. Wait, did somebody get the replay for that?
I can get it.
Okay. Someone get the replay. I want to see what the cards were like at some point.
Want me to DM it to you?
Sure. Wow. That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was Oppression that he set turn 1.
Mm-hmm. Sure, we can watch. No, actually, let's not do that. Cause I don't want to watch and reveal.
Okay, yeah, I won't reveal too much either.
I don't want to reveal Nicholas's deck too much or something. But I just want to actually. I want to confirm that that's like legit. I mean, I guess he admitted defeat, so it's over, right? Yeah. So Nicholas moves on, and it's Josh Johnson versus Nicholas. So Nicholas, the value player, has made it through the Duck Murderer, Lucas Gustafsson, and Pina Pina.
Yeah.
And Josh Johnson has made it through Frasier, Zanesha, and Ghost Rider.
I will say, attacking over the Dust Frog with SWAT would have gone through.
Ready to fire. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate ending to game 3.
Yeah. Oh, Nicholas had Brain Caius.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Sounds like it would have been. It would have been some stuff happening.
Oh, and his back row was DDV. So yeah, he just Brain Caius DDV.
Yeah, that might have been over. Let me know. Can you check if the things are starting? I don't see them starting yet, but
Stand by.
okay, I see them typing now. They're saying they're good. They're ready to go.
Okay.
Is it Niklas 97? That sounds right.
Yes.
Yeah. Alrighty, everybody. Here we are. We're at finals. Who will be the new champion of Deck Devastators to join the likes of HT19, Carpath, Fitz, Gwari, Samu, and Raikoko? A very illustrious group. Ronnie, we have seen Spiral go on a run like this before as well, where Spiral won a tournament, also playing lots of Dragon Turbo and Frogs. That's just the nature of.
Just had a very favorable bracket.
That just happens when you have a wide meta, like something like that could happen in a game like Smash Brothers too, right? Where it's like if you just randomly get a bracket of all Marths or something, some Sheik could do really well, even if they aren't great into Fox. And it's kind of a similar thing with Edison format decks where, yeah, maybe Glads will lose to Blackwing, but you can just dodge Blackwing and Hero Beat for most of the day and you're fine because there's that many decks that get played. Pretty interesting start from Josh Johnson. You have to think that there's a Starlight Road or a Solemn back there, but could be just bluffing. Yeah, everybody, let me know who you're rooting for. Glads or Vayu?
You know, some people like to take risks in Top Cut and just like set 4 blind. Sometimes it's what it takes to win.
That is an insane amount of DB rating for Josh Johnson. Heavy, okay. Solemn feels much better than if it was Road.
Yeah, better than Road.
Nicholas is happy to not see Road there for sure.
Yeah, we know there's no Road.
And I feel like the game just got a lot easier for Nicholas. Gale seems good too. Do we have like a shrink or a deprison? Maybe a chariot here for this Gale effect.
Seems likely. Nope, never mind.
I think I might have even ran into Josh before on Dueling Book.
Is there a world where he has the chariot and doesn't use it? Right here.
Maybe if you're thinking of a Raiko.
Yeah.
It'd be funny to flip Raiko here. Even flipping Hamster would be kind of fine. Because I think you could honestly just take Hamster Black Rose. Like if you flip Hamster and just Black Rose the field, aren't you in a great spot?
Yeah.
We're not going to attack into a D prison.
Makes sense. Yo, Pro Storm. Flip Hamster makes Z-Man the 8.
Yep.
I would just concede at that point. If I get Z-Man the 8 king, scoop. Like, you got it. All right.
That's funny, Ronnie. 6,000 versus just Johnson.
Uh-oh.
Okay, that's a powerful card to have. And no oppression for this. Into Double Tiger.
Oh, Book of Moon here would be disgusting.
It would be quite disgusting. But you can prio target. And I guess if you book it, doesn't go back.
Yeah, then you flip summon it, and I guess you get one Tiger still.
Into Secutor. Not what I expected. Wabaku? I feel like there's a Wabaku set. D Prison.
Ooh. We know there's no solid.
Trapstun.
Okay.
Okay. Into Book of Moon.
I was gonna say you can't Wabaku now, but I guess you could chain. Never mind.
New chain, Book of Moon in the battle step, presumably. This could be game over.
No, you wouldn't Wabaku in battle step because of Trapstone, but you would chain Wabaku to the Trapstone.
No. I meant for the Book of Moon is in a new chain.
Right. Yep. Okay.
This is kind of crazy, because you're getting your Raiko Geyseris probably. And if this isn't Chariot, we might have lost the whole game to Fear of Chariot. Wait. Okay. Wow, this is it even good? I think I would rather make Geyseris here. Oh, we're just not contacting. Okay, that makes more sense. We're just not even contacting. The fact that we left a Sam Knight up, right? This is a specialed Sam Knight? Yeah, we specialed it off of the Murmillo.
Yes.
So it makes me think that there isn't a Chariot back there. Strange. This is a strange position.
No, Spartan Murmillo only pops face-up monsters.
Yeah, that's something that will happen when you contact Murmillo, or sorry, when you bring out Murmillo into a face down. You learn the hard way.
Yep. That's the mistake you make one time and one time only.
So it is a hamster. I really think the Black Rose would have just gone pretty hard.
Yes,
I mean,
sure.
I guess it would have forced out a book, but
Yeah.
Do you care?
There's book Trapstone. Yeah.
You would yeah, I guess the yeah. It would have forced out the book there on probably Gale. I don't know.
He could have made the Z-Man the Ape King play.
Exactly.
Imagine. I would have just given him the game there. I would like I can't come back.
Are we gonna allow this to resolve? A second Sekitor resolution? No. No Wabaku, I would think. Okay. Do we have a Caius? Resolving Sekitor does feel amazing, Pro Storm. Have you considered that? Yeah, Solemn is gone, so you probably don't have to ask if the summon's resolved, but
It could be the second Solemn. Who knows?
you have the second Solemn.
Yeah, it could be 10 foot in our Airbnb cube.
Right.
Be playing 5 columns.
All right. The other Raikou is summoned this turn, so you can't flip that one. Okay, wow. That's crazy. What a mill off Raikou.
That card's pretty good.
What a Raikou mill. We're not playing Oppression, so... Yeah, asking for Prio. Okay. Yes, I would like Prio. Banish. He's thinking on the cost.
Just got to get the monster out of there.
Yeah, I think you definitely go for the Sam Knight. Oh my gosh, that's pretty crazy. This could be a bottomless, but
there's no Chariot. He would have already flipped it. It would have slammed it really
oh,
fast.
for sure, for sure. That's pretty crazy. Like Prostorm said, with Cat Sekitor both resolving, and Nicholas kind of looks like he's in a fine spot here.
Sekitor syndrome, Don Zalug syndrome. There's also Thought Ruler syndrome.
Stardust, yeah, yeah.
Like just summon Stardust.
Wow, it just resolves with nothing chained either.
That's wild. Imagine
now you start picking off the back row. This is over. Yeah. This is over. This is so over. Oh, just another trap stun. Okay, this is game over. This is so game over.
Let's just play with.
Let's go to game 2. Let's go to game 2 here.
This is main phase 2, but it doesn't matter.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Because there's not even a Bestie Engrave, so like you can't even go Glad make Gyzarus by tagging it to Darius. Without the Bestie Engrave, like, wait, is there a reason why you didn't call? I guess you, I don't know. No, because he's at exactly 3 when he hit the Compulse. That's so funny.
He needs to top deck Debris Dragon and have a way to test Tiger's attack by 100.
Shrink. So, yeah, there was no Battle Trap. Solemn. Oh. That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
That's a value moment right there. Had everything.
That's the flipping the Solemn, just saying, let's go to game 2. Nice mill. Nice mill. Okay, can you really complain about the mills when you're drawing Cat like this often? It was an insane mill. It was absolutely insane mill. Especially with Burial, too. You've Burial Dad in hand and you milled the 3 darks. So, and you have Solemn's Head. So, you know, fair enough. They both drew kind of nuts there.
If you mill like that in the finals, you're just destined, right?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see games 2 and 3. I would not call this Cat Maple.
Cat made finals.
Because they had exactly 3 darks in grave, Masha. When they hit the... Oh, you mean chained on the first activation of Dad? I think they were hoping that they probably should have chained Compulse to the effect to when Nicholas used Burial targeted the darks that were banished. Johnson should have chained Compulse targeting Dad, and then it would have put them at like 5 darks or whatever, and just sitting there with Dad in hand, and you would have had Shrink set instead of losing the Shrink. But I don't know how much that mattered. Because, like, does it really matter if you have a Shrink that's about to get hit by a Raikou anyway? No, Maple. This is Gladiator Beasts. They will get to go first here in game 2. I wonder where Nicholas is from. Are we going to have a European winner or North American? Or somewhere else. Could be somewhere else. Hey, Lewis, I run 42 cards in one of my decks, okay? But I understand. I understand the... Hey, Siroko's pretty good. It's pretty nice to have. Are we getting Shrunk? I think we are getting Shrunk here. Now you probably go into Secutor, not Secutor, Rediari to banish the Sirocco. Yeah, good point, Maple. Okay, interesting. Set 4. Trap stun. This might be a quick game too, everybody. Okay. Trap stun will eat a Solemn. Yeah, it's a good point, Pro Storm. Because if you have Trap Stun, maybe you would like to Secutor, but this is going to be a Geyseris play. Maybe? Oh, wow. Wow, the Torrential. That was a pretty enormous Torrential there. Send Necrogardna? Prisma does not send for cost in Edison format. Yeah, sending the Necrogardna is pretty good here. This is, this Johnson's in a really rough spot here. He needs a Glad and a way to push through an attack. And it can't be Murmillo either. Ooh. Yeah, this is not looking great. That's true, Masha. The finals is showing the power of Solemn in Vayu Turbo. This would be the first ever back-to-back wins. If Vayu wins this, it would be the first time any deck has won back-to-back deck Devastators. Or any deck has... technically Blackwings has won twice. But one of them was Gref or Blackwing. Okay, does the Darius go through, or do you have something like Bottomless? A Bottomless into a Trap Stun, or a Bottomless into... What could it be? Shrink would maybe save this? I don't think he's got it, though. Ooh. Oh. Oh, no.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to step up a little bit. What did I miss?
Gladiator Beast in a really rough spot here. There's a Necrogardna in grave, and no Glads on field, it seems. We're just getting
Yeah,
beat down by...
Necrogarden is kind of nuts against Chibi's.
Oh, normal summon. We have Test Tiger.
Yeah, I would imagine a tiger's coming up.
There is a Test Tiger there. You can chain oppression to this effect. It doesn't shuffle for cost, it just targets the Secutor.
It's not oppression, you would have flipped it already.
There it
Never
is.
mind. Don't just ignore me. This is why
Sometimes I like to think about the interaction just before flipping it, you know, especially in finals. I'm sure you want to take a few seconds to make sure that you know how things are resolving. You're probably exhausted, so. If Nicholas can find Heavy Storm here, it's game over. It's actually just game over if he finds Heavy Storm here. Well, I guess unless Johnson has Solemn.
I guess it'd have to be Solemn, but still, like, you don't feel great in that spot, especially if the Secutor gets run over.
MST on the new set. Yep, makes sense. Compulse on Armageddon Night doesn't even... Oh, on Secutor. Hoping to draw Test Tiger? I feel like you have to... The only reason you would compulse the compulsing the Armageddon doesn't do anything anyway, but... Because they're just getting another search. Unless you have Chariot. So this says no Chariot, right? The fact that you compulse your own Secutor means that you can't have Chariot, surely. Because if you had Chariot when they summon the Armageddon, you could Chariot it. But I guess it's optional, so maybe you don't risk it. But at this point, I think you might. I don't know. Because drawing a Test Tiger does nothing for you. Transmigration to shuffle back Gardna in the end phase. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, and shuffling back your own Trap Stun to deal with the oppression. Okay. Okay. Yeah. But drawing Trap Stun isn't even that good for you. Because I think I'd shuffle 2 of theirs back. Because you need something to deal with, to help you with Secutor, surely. Ready Ari. Pass. Shrink?
Yeah, what's his back row?
I mean, even if it's Shrink, you don't care. Like, it just outs the Armageddon Knight, but you can't tag out because of the oppression.
Right. I don't think there's any back row here that...
Like, even Wabaku or Shrink, you don't care about.
Anything spectacular, yeah.
Yeah. Compulse, 2 Compulse. Oh. His back row was 2 Compulse and Transmigration.
Did he redeclare the attack?
Yeah, I mean, I assume he did.
Because, okay, well...
No, take that 14.
Yeah, okay.
That's funny, that's funny.
Weird, yeah.
Nicholas accidentally lost. He meant to, like, type 14 or something, but...
Because if he didn't actually go in and redeclare the attack, then Johnson just gave away the fact that he doesn't have Gores.
Well, don't we know that the hand is Secutor and Ready Ari?
Never mind. Yeah, you're right. Man, this is why
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, okay, well, a little late, but...
Okay. At least there's a Wabaku.
Ooh, I don't know if this heavy... I don't know if you want to heavy your own oppression here. I guess if his cards are just... Yeah.
If he has Caius, right?
Yeah, Caius is game over.
Oh, I was thinking it was going to be Caius there, but maybe not. Okay, suddenly Johnson might be back in it. But a Caius feels imminent, I would think. Okay.
I feel like you never out your own oppression there under any circumstances.
Yeah, I don't know. This is still pretty insane position, but Okay, because if that was bestiary right there, that might have been game over.
Yeah.
Like set
Yeah. Game
bestiary
over. Yeah.
contact.
Game over the other way around. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I don't.
Oh,
Like you.
crow.
Like you just never out your own oppression there.
We milled real traps, 3 real traps off that Ryko, but that's game over. That's actually game over.
Yeah.
Unless Johnson has Hedgeguard in hand, right? Okay, they're drawing. That's
He
over.
clearly does not. Yeah.
GG's. Niklas, our new deck Devastators 7 champion. Yeah, Hoplamus would have been... I think you set that one first, though, so it can't be Hoplamus, right? I don't remember. Congratulations to Niklas.
Good run for Josh as well.
Back-to-back wins for Vayu Turbo. Let me... Oh, we already have this put in here. I can do... Finish the tournament or something. Whatever, you get the idea.
Oh, so Vayu's a good deck.
Potentially.
It's all right. You know, it's pretty good.
Beat Josh Johnson, beat Diego, beat Lucas Gustafsson, and beat the Duck Murderer. So, great stuff from Niklas. Hope to hear more from them in the future. And, yeah. I don't know what else to say, but great tournament. Thank you, everybody, for viewing. Thank you, everybody who entered. I think we had a diverse top 4 with 4 different decks: Dragon Turbo, Gladiator Beast, Vayu Turbo, and Frogs. I think that might be it for me. Do you have anything to say, Rheinide?
Like the stream, subscribe to Crow's Nest.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Yeah, make sure to subscribe to the channel. I will be posting like top 16 decks. I'll be posting the I'll be doing a data analysis of it. Lewis, I don't have access to all like the deck lists like right now for bot reasons or whatever, but I should have them tomorrow. So yeah. Anyways, see you guys later. Make sure to hit like, hit subscribe, all that stuff if you want to see more about this tournament in the coming days, and adios.